Welcome to another wonderful Annie Clayton audiobook. We are excited to have you with us. Before we begin the story, please like and subscribe to our channel and share it with friends. This allows us to continue adding free clean Western romance audiobooks for you to enjoy. The following title is copyrighted by Tika House Publishing. Now, find a comfortable spot, relax, and enjoy the story. The Widow's Dangerous Secret. Chapter 1. The stagecoach pulled into Harrow Creek on a Thursday afternoon in late October, trailing a cloud of yellow dust that settled over everything like a second skin. Amanda Morley sat rigid on the bench seat, her fingers locked around the handle of the leather satchel in her lap. She had not let go of it in 3 days. Not when she slept, not when she ate, not when the coach lurched over ruts so deep they rattled her teeth. The satchel was all she had left of her husband, and it was the reason men were trying to kill her. She was going by another name now. Eliza Harper. She had to remember that. She had practiced it on the long ride west, mouthing it silently until it felt natural on her tongue. Eliza Harper, from Philadelphia. 24 years old. Answering an advertisement for a mail-order bride. The real Eliza Harper was back in Pennsylvania, having changed her mind about the whole arrangement 3 weeks before the journey was set to begin. Amanda had found the discarded correspondence in a boarding house waste bin in Kansas City, where she had been hiding for 2 days with no plan and no money and 2 men closing in behind her. The letters were a lifeline. A name, a destination, a man expecting a woman he had never met. It was dishonest. She knew that. Thomas would have hated it. But Thomas was dead, and the men who killed him were still breathing, and Amanda intended to keep breathing too. The coach rocked to a stop, and the driver called out the name of the town. Amanda looked through the dusty window at Harrow Creek, Montana, and felt her stomach drop. It was small. One main street, unpaved, lined with timber-fronted buildings that looked like they had been put up in a hurry and never quite finished. A general store with a wide porch. A church with a white steeple that needed paint. A saloon with its doors propped open despite the chill in the air. A livery stable. A land office. Beyond the buildings, the land opened into rolling grassland backed by mountains that were already wearing snow on their peaks. A man stood beside a wagon near the coach stop, holding his hat in both hands. He was tall, broad across the shoulders, with dark hair that needed cutting and a face that looked like it had been carved from the same wood as the buildings around him. Strong jaw, straight nose, deep-set eyes that were the color of creek water in autumn. He wore a work shirt rolled to the elbows and trousers tucked into scuffed boots. He looked like a man who spent his days outdoors and his nights worrying. Ross Kilner. It had to be. Amanda gathered herself. She smoothed the front of her traveling dress, which had been gray once and was now the color of road dust. She tucked a strand of dark hair behind her ear and pressed her lips together to bring some color into them. Then she picked up her carpet bag in one hand, kept the satchel tight under her other arm, and stepped down from the coach. The ground was hard beneath her boots. The air smelled of pine and horse and something cold that she supposed was the coming winter. She straightened her back and walked toward the man with the wagon. "Mr. Kilner?" He nodded. His eyes moved over her face, down to the satchel, back up again. Whatever he had been expecting, she could see right away that she was not it. "Miss Harper," he said. It was not a question, but there was something uncertain in his voice all the same. He put his hat on, then took it off again, as though he could not decide what to do with his hands. "Welcome to Harrow Creek. I hope your journey was tolerable." "It was long," Amanda said. "But I am here now." "That you are." He reached for her carpet bag, and she let him take it. But when he glanced at the satchel, she shifted it away from his hand without thinking. He noticed. She saw his brow crease, just slightly, before he turned to load the carpet bag into the wagon bed. "Is this everything?" he asked, looking at the single bag. "I travel light." He nodded, but she could tell he found it strange. A woman coming all the way from Philadelphia to start a new life, and she had brought one bag. She could practically see him filing it away, adding it to a list of things that did not quite add up. She needed to be more careful. Ross helped her up onto the wagon seat, his hand firm and warm at her elbow. "I thought we might get you settled at the boarding house for a night or two," he said, climbing up beside her. "Give you some time to rest before we talk about the arrangement. Mrs. Foster runs a clean place, and she has a room available." It was a reasonable plan. A considerate one, even. Under any other circumstances, Amanda would have been grateful for it. But then she saw them. 2 men, standing in the shadow of the livery stable across the street. One was lean and sharp-featured, with a long coat that hung open despite the cold. The other was heavier, thick through the neck and shoulders, with a hat pulled low over his eyes. Colt Bannon and Slade. She would have known them anywhere. They had been following her since Wichita. Bannon was watching the stagecoach. He had not seen her yet, or if he had not recognized her in the dust and the crowd of disembarking passengers. But he would. It was only a matter of time. He was good at finding people. That was what he was paid for. Amanda's blood went cold. Her hands tightened on the satchel until her knuckles turned white. She could feel her pulse in her throat, rapid and high, and she fought to keep her face still. "Mr. Kilner," she said. Her voice came out steady, which surprised her. "I wonder if I might ask you something." "Of course. Is there a preacher in this town?" Ross looked at her sideways. "Reverend Ames. He lives just past the church, the house with the blue shutters. Could we go there now?" "Now?" He frowned. "I thought you might want to rest first. It has been a long journey, and there is no rush to." "Mr. Kilner." She turned to face him fully, and whatever he saw in her eyes made him stop talking. "I would like to be married today. Right now, if it can be arranged. I know that must seem forward, and I apologize for it. But I have my reasons, and I am asking you to trust me." Ross stared at her. She could see him working through it, turning it over in his mind the way a man turns a coin between his fingers. He did not know her. She did not know him. Everything about this was wrong, and they both knew it. But he looked at her face, at the fear she could not quite hide, and something in his expression shifted. It was not understanding. It was something simpler than that. It was the instinct of a decent man who saw someone in trouble. "All right," he said quietly. He picked up the reins and turned the horses toward the church. "All right, Miss Harper. We will go see the Reverend." Amanda let out a breath she had not realized she was holding. She did not look back at the livery stable. She kept her eyes forward, on the white steeple with its peeling paint, and she told herself that this was the right thing to do. The only thing to do. She was not the woman this man had been expecting. She was not the woman he deserved. But she was here, and she was alive, and if she had to build a lie on top of a lie to stay that way, then that was what she would do. "Thomas, forgive me," she thought. And then she put Thomas out of her mind, because the wagon was stopping in front of a small white house with blue shutters, and the rest of her life was waiting on the other side of the door. Reverend Ames was a thin man in his 60s with spectacles that sat crookedly on his nose and a kind, distracted manner that reminded Amanda of a college professor she had once known. He seemed surprised to find a couple on his doorstep asking to be married on a Thursday afternoon with no notice, but he did not refuse them. "It is not the usual way of things," he said, ushering them into his parlor, which smelled of pipe tobacco and old books. "Most folks like to have the banns read, set a date, invite the neighbors. But I suppose the Lord does not much care about the calendar, so long as the intentions are honest." Amanda felt that word like a blade between her ribs. Honest. She was as far from honest as a person could get. But she stood beside Ross Kilner in the Reverend's parlor, with the late afternoon light falling through lace curtains, and she repeated the words that were asked of her. Ross spoke his vows in a low, steady voice. He did not look at the Reverend when he said them. He looked at Amanda. His eyes were serious, searching, and she had the unsettling feeling that he was trying to see past her face to whatever lay beneath it. "I do," she said when her turn came, and the words tasted like dust. The Reverend pronounced them man and wife. His wife, a round, cheerful woman named Dottie, signed as witness, and then it was done. Amanda Morley, traveling under the name Eliza Harper, was now Mrs. Ross Kilner. Ross shook the Reverend's hand and thanked him. Amanda managed a smile for Dottie, who pressed her hand warmly and told her she was a lucky woman. Then they were outside again, standing beside the wagon in the fading light, and the weight of what she had done settled over Amanda like a coat of lead. "Well," said Ross. He put his hat on, pulled it down, took it off again. "I suppose we should head home." "Yes," said Amanda. "I suppose we should." They climbed back onto the wagon seat. Ross clicked his tongue at the horses, and they moved off down the street, past the general store and the saloon and the livery stable where Colt Bannon had been standing. He was not there now. The shadows were empty. Amanda did not know if that was better or worse. She sat beside her new husband, her hands clasped around the satchel in her lap, and watched Harrow Creek fall away behind them as the wagon turned onto the road that led out of town and into the wide, darkening land beyond. The mountains stood against the sky like a wall, and somewhere behind them the sun was going down, painting the clouds in shades of red and gold that would have been beautiful if Amanda had been in any state to notice. Ross did not speak. Amanda did not speak. The silence between them was not comfortable, but it was not hostile either. It was the silence of two strangers who had just done something neither of them fully understood, and who were both, in their own way, afraid of what came next. The ranch appeared after 20 minutes of driving. It sat in a shallow valley, backed by a stand of pines, with a creek running along the eastern edge of the property. The house was modest but solid, 2 stories, timber frame, a wide porch that wrapped around the front and one side. There was a barn, a chicken coop, a corral with a few horses standing quietly in the dusk. Smoke rose from the chimney, which meant someone had been keeping the fire going. "This is it," said Ross, pulling the wagon up to the porch steps. "It is not much to look at, but it keeps the weather out." "It looks like a home," Amanda said, and meant it. She had not had a home in a long time. Ross helped her down from the wagon, and his hand lingered at her elbow for just a moment longer than necessary before he let go and turned to unhitch the horses. Amanda stood on the porch with her carpetbag in her satchel and looked at the door of the house that was now, in some legal and binding sense, hers. She pushed it open and stepped inside. Chapter 2. The house was cleaner than she had expected. That was the first thing Amanda noticed, and it surprised her, because she had been prepared for the kind of bachelor squalor that she had seen in boarding houses and rented rooms during her weeks on the run. But Ross Kilner's home was tidy. The floors were swept. The kitchen was scrubbed down to bare wood. There were curtains on the windows, plain but white and pressed, and a checked cloth on the table. It was a man's house, though. There was no mistaking that. The furniture was solid and practical, without a single unnecessary thing. No flowers in a vase, no cushions on the chairs, no photographs on the mantelpiece. The only decoration was a calendar nailed to the wall beside the stove, 2 months behind. Ross came in behind her, carrying her carpetbag. He set it down by the stairs and stood for a moment, looking at her, looking at his home, and she could see that he was trying to see it through a stranger's eyes. "I will show you around," he said. "It will not take long." He was right about that. The ground floor held the kitchen, a sitting room with a stone fireplace, and a small room off the back that Ross used as an office, though it was mostly filled with saddles and tack that had not made it to the barn. Upstairs were 2 bedrooms and a washroom. Ross led her to the larger bedroom, which held a double bed with an iron frame, a wardrobe, a washstand, and a window that looked out over the valley. "This is yours," he said. He set her carpetbag inside the door. "I will take the other room. It is smaller, but it suits me fine." Amanda looked at the bed, then at Ross, then at the bed again. The awkwardness of the situation pressed down on both of them. They were married. They were strangers. They were about to spend their first night under the same roof with nothing between them but a hallway and a lie. "Thank you," she said. This is more than generous. It is your home now, Ross said. The words came out stiff, as if he was reminding himself as much as her. I will leave you to settle in. Supper will be ready in about an hour. I am not much of a cook, but I can manage eggs and bread without burning the house down. He gave her something that was almost a smile, and then he was gone, his boots heavy on the stairs. Amanda stood alone in the bedroom and listened to him move through the house below. She heard the stove door open and close, the clank of a skillet, the pump handle working in the kitchen. She sat on the edge of the bed. The mattress was firm and smelled of cedar. She pressed her palms against it and let out a long, shaking breath. She had done it. She was here. She was married, and she was hidden, and for the first time in weeks, there were walls around her and a locked door at her back. But the relief lasted only a moment before the guilt came flooding in. She opened the satchel and laid its contents on the bed. A leather-bound ledger, its pages filled with columns of numbers in Thomas's precise handwriting. A bundle of letters tied with string. A folded map with pencil marks and notations. And a smaller notebook, its cover stained with something that might have been coffee or might have been blood, in which Thomas had recorded his findings in a cramped, urgent script. Thomas Morley had been a surveyor for the Territorial Land Office. It was honest work, and he had been good at it. He spent weeks at a time out in the field, measuring boundaries, marking claims, filing reports. Amanda had grown used to his absences. She had kept their small house in Wichita and taken in mending to supplement his income, and when he came home dusty and sunburned, she would heat water for a bath and listen to him talk about the land he had seen. It was on one of those evenings, about a year ago, that he had come home different. Quiet. Distracted. He sat at the kitchen table with his hands around a cup of coffee that he never drank, and he told her that something was wrong with the surveys. Someone is changing the records after I file them, he said. Boundaries are being redrawn. Claims are being approved for land that belongs to other people. Whole sections are being signed over to names I have never heard of. What does that mean? Amanda had asked. It means someone is stealing land. A lot of it. And they are using my work to do it. Thomas had started keeping his own records after that. He copied documents, saved letters, noted discrepancies. He built a case, piece by piece, working in secret because he did not know whom he could trust. The corruption went high, he told her. Higher than the local land office. There were territorial officials involved, maybe judges. Maybe worse. He had been on his way to deliver the evidence to a federal marshal when they found him on a back road outside of town. The official report called it a robbery. His horse was found wandering, his pockets emptied, his body face down in the dirt with a bullet in his back. But the documents were not on him. Thomas had hidden them before he left, tucked behind a loose board in their bedroom wall, and he had told Amanda where to find them. She did not understand, at first, why he had taken that precaution. She thought he was being careful, the way he always was. It was only after the funeral, when two men came to the house asking questions about her husband's papers, that she understood. Thomas had known he might not come back. He had prepared for it. And he had trusted her to finish what he started. Amanda touched the ledger with her fingertips. The leather was worn smooth from handling. She could still see Thomas's face when she closed her eyes, the serious set of his mouth, the way his hair fell across his forehead when he bent over his maps, the quiet steadiness in his brown eyes. He had been a good man. Not a brave man, not in the way that novels described bravery, but a man who saw something wrong and could not make himself look away. She missed him with an ache that had dulled over the months but never disappeared. I will finish it, she told him, the way she told him every night. I promise. She gathered the documents and slid them back into the satchel, then looked around the room for a hiding place. The wardrobe was too obvious. Under the mattress was the first place anyone would look. She got down on her knees and checked the floorboards, pressing each one until she found a loose plank near the wall beneath the window. She pried it up. There was a gap between the floor and the ceiling of the room below, just wide enough to slide the satchel into. She pushed it in, replaced the board, and stood up. Her heart was beating fast. She wiped her palms on her skirt and went to the washstand to splash water on her face. In the small mirror above the basin, her own eyes stared back at her. Dark eyes and a pale face, sharper than they used to be. She had lost weight in the weeks since Thomas's death. Her cheekbones were more prominent now, and there were shadows under her eyes that had not been there before. "Eliza Harper," she said to her reflection. "Your name is Eliza Harper, and you are from Philadelphia, and you have come to Harrow Creek to be married." The woman in the mirror did not look convinced. Supper was awkward, as she had expected it would be. Ross had made eggs scrambled with onions, toasted bread, and coffee that was strong enough to stand a spoon in. They sat across from each other at the kitchen table with the checked cloth between them, and they tried to have a conversation. "How long have you had the ranch?" Amanda asked, because it seemed like a safe subject. "Since my father passed, about 4 years ago. He built the place from nothing. Came out from Missouri when I was a boy, bought the land, and worked it until his heart gave out." Ross cut a piece of bread and did not look up. "It is not a big operation. About 200 head of cattle, some horses. I have a foreman, Hank Dawes, who has been here since before I was born. Between the two of us, we manage." "Just the two of you?" "We hire hands for roundup and branding. The rest of the time, it is enough." He paused, and she could see him choosing his next words. "Your letters mentioned that you were a teacher. In Philadelphia." Amanda felt the ground shift beneath her. The real Eliza Harper had been a teacher. Amanda had memorized as much of the correspondence as she could, but there were gaps, and she did not know what the real Eliza had written in earlier letters that Amanda had never seen. "That is right," she said carefully. "I taught at a small school. Reading and arithmetic, mostly. There is no school in Harrow Creek. The nearest one is in Silver Falls, about 12 miles west. Some of the ranch families send their children, but most teach at home, if they teach at all." "That is a shame," Amanda said, and this, at least, was honest. Thomas had believed in education. So did she. Ross nodded. He took a sip of his coffee and studied her over the rim of the cup. She could feel him watching her, measuring her, and she made herself hold still under his gaze. "You seem tired," he said. "It has been a long day. A long journey. We do not have to sort everything out tonight." "No," she agreed. "I suppose we do not." But neither of them moved. The kitchen was warm from the stove, and outside the windows the darkness was complete. Amanda could hear the wind in the pines and the occasional sound of a horse shifting in the corral. It was quiet in a way that she had not experienced in months. No rattling coaches, no thin walls with strangers on the other side, no footsteps in hallways that might or might not belong to the men hunting her. "Mr. Kilner," she began. "Ross," he said. "If we are married, you had better call me Ross." "Ross." She tested the name. It felt solid in her mouth, like the man himself. "I want you to know that I intend to earn my keep here. I am not afraid of work, and I will do whatever needs doing. I may not know much about ranching, but I am a quick learner." He set down his cup. "I did not send for a hired hand. I sent for a wife." The word hung in the air between them. Wife. Amanda felt the color rise in her cheeks and looked down at her plate. "I know this is not how either of us imagined it would be," Ross said. His voice was quieter now, almost gentle. "I will not pretend otherwise. But you are here, and I made a promise before God and Reverend Ames, and I intend to keep it. I will treat you with respect, and I will provide for you, and I will not ask anything of you that you are not willing to give." She looked up at him. In the lamplight, his face was half in shadow, and she could see the lines around his eyes and the tension in his jaw. He was nervous, she realized. As nervous as she was, though for different reasons. "Thank you," she said softly. "That is more than fair." He nodded, and something in his shoulders loosened, as though he had been bracing himself for a different answer. He pushed back from the table and stood. "I will clean up. You go on upstairs and get some rest. Morning comes early on a ranch." Amanda rose and took her plate to the sink out of habit. Their hands brushed as she set it down, and she felt a jolt of something she had not expected. It was small, barely there, like the static that crackles in dry winter air. But it was enough to make her pull her hand back and step away. "Good night," she said. "Good night, Mrs. Kilner." She climbed the stairs in the dark, one hand on the railing, and went into the bedroom. She closed the door and stood with her back against it, pressing her palms flat against the wood. Through the floor, she could hear Ross moving in the kitchen below. Water in the basin. The clink of dishes. The steady, unhurried movements of a man who was used to being alone. Amanda changed into her nightgown, the only one she owned, and got into the bed. The sheets were clean and cool, and the pillow smelled faintly of cedar and something else. Something warm and male. Ross's pillow. Ross's bed. She was sleeping in his bed while he slept in the narrow room down the hall, and the whole arrangement was built on a name that was not hers and a past she had invented. She lay on her side, staring at the dark window, and thought about the satchel hidden beneath the floorboards. She thought about Thomas. She thought about Colt Bannon standing in the shadow of the livery stable with his sharp eyes and his long coat. And she thought about Ross Kilner's hand brushing hers over the kitchen sink, and the unexpected warmth of it, and the way it had made her forget, just for a second, that she was a woman with no name and no truth and no right to be in this house at all. The tears came without warning. She pressed her face into the pillow and let them fall silently, because the walls were thin and she did not want him to hear. Down the hall, Ross Kilner lay on the narrow cot in the spare room and stared at the ceiling. He had heard her crying. He was sure of it, that soft, strangled sound through the wall. His hands were folded on his chest, and he listened, and he did not go to her, because she was a stranger, and it was not his place. But something in him wanted to. He turned onto his side and closed his eyes. Outside, the wind moved through the pines, and the creek whispered over its stones, and the ranch settled into the sounds of night. He did not know who this woman was. He did not know why she had wanted to be married so fast, or why she gripped that satchel like it contained her very soul, or why her eyes went flat and frightened at odd moments. But she was his wife now. Whatever else was true, that much was certain. He would figure out the rest in the morning. Chapter 3. Amanda burned the biscuits on her first morning. She burned them on the second morning, too. By the third morning, she had learned that the stove ran hotter on the left side than the right, and she produced a batch that were golden on top and only slightly black on the bottom. She set them on the table with a pot of coffee and a dish of butter, and when Ross came in from the barn, he sat down and ate 3 without comment. She took that as a victory. The first week on the ranch was a trial by fire, and Amanda was losing more rounds than she won. She had never lived on a ranch. She had never lived anywhere that was not a town, with shops and neighbors and a butcher on the corner. The rhythms of this life were foreign to her. Ross was up before dawn every day, out in the barn or the corral or the pastures, and he did not come back until the light was failing. The work was constant and physical, and Amanda quickly learned that a rancher's wife was expected to match him hour for hour, only indoors instead of out. She scrubbed the floors until her knees ached. She beat the rugs on the porch railing until dust clouds rose around her like smoke. She tackled the pantry, which had been organized by a man who apparently believed that salt and sugar were interchangeable, and rearranged it until she could find what she needed without a lantern and a prayer. She washed clothes in a tub behind the house, wringing them out with hands that blistered and then calloused. The chickens were a particular challenge. There were 8 of them, housed in a coop behind the barn, and they regarded Amanda with the open hostility of creatures who had been left to their own devices for too long. The first time she went to collect eggs, the largest hen pecked her hard enough to draw blood. Amanda yelped and dropped the basket, and half the eggs cracked on the coop floor. She stood there, hand throbbing, staring at the broken eggs and the smug chicken, and she very nearly laughed. 2 months ago, She had been running for her life through Kansas with stolen documents and a dead husband's name on her lips. Now she was being defeated by poultry. She went back in the next morning with a thick glove on her hand, and the hen pecked the leather and got nothing for her trouble. Amanda collected every egg without losing one. Small victories. They were all she had. Ross watched her, though he tried not to be obvious about it. She caught him more than once pausing in the yard, looking toward the house with that crease between his brows that she was learning to recognize. It meant he was thinking, turning something over, trying to make the pieces fit. She knew she was not what he had expected. The real Eliza Harper was a schoolteacher from a good family, educated and refined. Amanda could read and write, could keep accounts, could do basic nursing. But she was a surveyor's wife from Kansas, not a Philadelphia lady, and the difference showed in 100 small ways. She would not know which fork to use if there was more than one, because she had never owned more than one. She did not know how to set a proper table, or how to make small talk about books and music, or how to embroider a sampler. She could mend a shirt and darn a sock and patch a hole in a boot, because those were the skills that kept the household running when there was no money for new things. She could stretch a pound of flour into a week of meals. She could doctor a wound and set a splint and mix a poultice for a fever. None of that seemed to be what a mail-order bride was supposed to bring to a marriage. Ross said nothing about it, which was somehow worse than if he had complained. His silence had a quality to it that Amanda could not quite name. It was not disappointment, exactly. It was more like the look of a man who had ordered one thing and received another and was trying to decide whether to send it back or make the best of it. She told herself it did not matter what he thought of her. She was not here to be his wife, not truly. She was here to hide, to stay alive long enough to get the documents to someone who could act on them. Ross Kilner was a means to an end, a roof over her head and a name to hide behind. But she found, to her frustration, that it did matter. It mattered more with each passing day. On Sunday, they went to church. Amanda had not wanted to go. The fewer people who saw her face and learned her name, the better. But Ross had put on a clean shirt and combed his hair and stood in the kitchen with his hat in his hands, looking at her with a quiet expectation that she could not refuse without raising questions she did not want to answer. "Most of the town will be there," he said. "It would be good for you to meet people." So, she put on her better dress, the one that was only slightly faded, and pinned her hair up under a bonnet that she had found in the wardrobe. It must have belonged to Ross's mother. It smelled of lavender and old cloth. The church was small, whitewashed inside and out, with plain wooden pews and a pulpit made from a single slab of pine. Reverend Ames presided with his crooked spectacles and his gentle, rambling sermons. The congregation was perhaps 50 people, ranchers, and their families mostly, with a handful of townsfolk mixed in. They stared at Amanda. Every last one of them. She had expected curiosity. A new bride in a small town was always going to draw attention. But there was something more pointed in the way they looked at her. The women whispered behind their hymnals. The men glanced at Ross with raised eyebrows and knowing smiles. Amanda kept her face still and her eyes on the pulpit and pretended she did not notice any of it. After the service, Ross introduced her to a few people. Martha Bowen, who ran the general store, was a sturdy woman in her 50s with iron gray hair and shrewd blue eyes. She took Amanda's hand and held it firmly. "So, you are the bride," Martha said, looking her up and down with frank appraisal. "Welcome to Harrow Creek. If you need anything at all, you come see me." There was something in the way she said it that went beyond politeness. Amanda filed it away and thanked her. Old Doc Hadley was next, a white-haired man with a stoop and a cane who shook her hand with surprising strength. He had been the town's physician for 30 years, he told her, and was looking forward to retiring as soon as someone came along to replace him, which did not seem likely anytime soon. "A young woman like you must find this place terribly dull after Philadelphia," he said, peering at her through thick glasses. "I have had enough excitement to last me a while," Amanda replied, and Doc Hadley laughed as though she had made a fine joke. Then a man stepped forward, and the air around Amanda seemed to change. He was tall, well-dressed, with silver hair combed back from a broad forehead and a face that was handsome in a heavy, commanding way. His coat was better than anyone else's. His boots were polished. He carried himself with the easy confidence of a man who was used to being listened to. "Cornelius Pratt," he said, extending his hand. "Judge Pratt, if you want to stand on ceremony, but I hope you will not. Any wife of Ross Kilner is a friend of mine." His hand was warm and dry. He held hers a beat too long before releasing it, and his eyes moved over her face with an attention that felt less like friendliness and more like inventory. "A pleasure to meet you, Judge Pratt," Amanda said. "The pleasure is mine." He smiled, showing teeth that were white and even. "I trust Ross is treating you well? If there is anything you need, anything at all, you must not hesitate to come to me. I consider it my duty to look after the people of Harrow Creek." "That is very kind." "Not kind. Merely practical. A community is only as strong as the people in it." He turned to Ross and shook his hand. "Congratulations, Ross. I was beginning to think you would never settle down. Your mother would have been pleased." "Thank you, Judge," Ross said, but there was something reserved in his tone that Amanda noticed even if Pratt did not. Pratt moved on to greet other parishioners, and Amanda watched him go. There was nothing wrong with anything he had said. Nothing wrong with his manner. He was polished, cordial, exactly what a territorial judge and community leader should be. But something about him made the skin on the back of her neck prickle, the way it prickled when she heard a sound in the dark that she could not explain. She could not place it. Not yet. But it was there, and it troubled her. On the ride home, Ross was quiet. Amanda sat beside him on the wagon seat and watched the countryside pass, the brown grass and the bare-limbed cottonwoods along the creek, and finally she said, "Judge Pratt seems well regarded." "He is," said Ross. "He has been here longer than most. Helped my father out when the ranch was struggling, years back. Helped a lot of people, one way or another. He sits on the town council, settles disputes, handles land claims for the territory. If something needs doing in Harrow Creek, Pratt is usually the one doing it." "You do not sound entirely convinced." Ross glanced at her, and she saw a flicker of something in his expression. Surprise, maybe. As though he had not expected her to read him so well. "I did not say that." "You did not have to." He was quiet for a moment, working the reins. Then he shrugged. "I suppose I am just cautious by nature. Pratt has always been fair to me. But there is something about a man who makes a point of being generous that puts me on my guard. In my experience, people who want you to know how helpful they are usually want something in return." Amanda said nothing. She looked out at the mountains and thought about the name she had seen in Thomas's ledger. C. Pratt. It could be anyone. It could be a coincidence. Pratt was not an uncommon name. But the prickle on the back of her neck had not gone away, and she had learned, in the months since Thomas's death, to trust that feeling. That evening, after supper, Amanda took a walk. She told Ross she wanted fresh air, which was true, but what she really wanted was space to think. The ranch was quiet in the early dark. The horses were settled in the corral, and the chickens were roosting in their coop. The creek murmured at the edge of the property, and above it all the sky was enormous, thick with stars in a way that Amanda had never seen in Wichita or Kansas City. Out here, with no town lights to dim them, the stars were close enough to touch. She walked along the fence line, her shawl pulled tight around her shoulders, and she turned the day over in her mind. The church. The whispers. Martha Bowen's firm handshake and pointed offer of help. Doc Hadley's good humor. And Judge Cornelius Pratt, with his polished boots and his too warm smile. She was building a life here, brick by careful brick, and every brick was a lie. She was lying to Ross, who had given her his home and his name and asked for nothing in return but honesty. She was lying to the people of Harrow Creek, who had welcomed her, however cautiously, into their community. She was lying to herself, every time she looked in the mirror and called herself Eliza Harper. How long could it last? How long before the cracks showed, before someone asked a question she could not answer, before Colt Bannon figured out she was here, with Ross? She stopped at the edge of the creek and listened to the water. It was cold. She could feel the chill of it rising off the surface, and she pulled her shawl tighter. Behind her, the ranch house glowed with lamplight. She could see Ross's silhouette in the kitchen window, moving between the stove and the table. He was cleaning up, as he insisted upon doing. He always cleaned up after supper, no matter how tired he was. It was one of the small things she had noticed about him, one of the habits that told her more about the kind of man he was than any conversation could. He was a good man. She was becoming more certain of that with each passing day. Good and steady and quiet, the kind of man who kept his promises and expected others to keep theirs. The kind of man she was betraying with every breath. Amanda turned away from the creek and walked back to the house. She let herself in through the kitchen door, and Ross looked up from the sink. "Everything all right?" he asked. "Fine," she said. "Just wanted to see the stars." He nodded, and there was the ghost of a smile on his face. "Wait until winter. On a clear night, you can see the Milky Way so bright it looks like someone spilled a bucket of light across the sky." It was the most poetic thing he had ever said to her, and it caught her off guard. She looked at him, standing there with his sleeves rolled up and soap on his hands, and for a moment she saw him not as the man she was deceiving but simply as a man. A man who noticed the stars and thought they were worth mentioning. "I would like to see that," she said softly. "You will," he said. "Winter comes fast out here." She wished him good night and went upstairs, and this time, when she closed the bedroom door, she did not cry. She sat on the edge of the bed and pressed her hands together in her lap and thought about what she was doing and what it was costing and whether there was any way at all, to make it right. She could not think of one. Chapter 4. Ross Kilner was not a man who talked about his feelings. He never had been, even as a boy. His father, James Kilner, had been the same way. A quiet man who worked with his hands and expressed himself through action rather than words. When James Kilner loved something, he built it a fence. When he was angry, he chopped wood until the feeling passed. When his wife died of a fever in the winter of 1870, he sat on the porch for 3 days without speaking, and then he got up and went back to work, and he never mentioned her name again. Ross had been 12 years old. He understood, even then, that his father's silence was not indifference. It was the opposite. The grief was so big that it could not be spoken, only carried. And so, James carried it, and Ross learned to carry his own burdens in the same way, quietly, heavily, without complaint. It was a useful habit for a rancher. It was less useful for a husband. He was thinking about this as he rode the fence line on a cold Tuesday morning, checking for breaks and loose posts. The sky was low and gray, threatening snow, and the cattle were bunched together in the sheltered draw near the creek. Beside him rode Hank Dawes, who had been foreman of this ranch since before Ross could walk and who had opinions about everything, whether you asked for them or not. Hank was in his 60s, lean and weathered, with a white mustache and eyes that had seen every kind of trouble a man could get into on the frontier. He had worked for Ross's father and stayed on after James died, partly out of loyalty and partly, Ross suspected, because Hank had nowhere else to go and nothing else to do. The ranch was his home as much as it was Ross's. They rode in companionable silence for a while, the way men do when they have worked together long enough that words are mostly unnecessary. Then Hank cleared his throat, which was his way of announcing that he had something to say. "That wife of yours," Hank began. "What about her?" "She is not what I expected." "She is not what I expected, either." Hank chuckled, a dry, rustling sound like wind through dead grass. "I figured you would say that. But I will tell you what I have noticed, and you can do with it what you like. That woman works harder than any bride I have ever seen. She was up before me this morning, and I am up with the chickens. She had the kitchen clean, the bread started, and the coffee made before I even got to the barn. She burned the biscuits again," Ross said. "She did. But she made them, which is more than you ever did." Hank leaned over and spat tobacco juice into the grass. My point is, she is trying. She is trying hard. And she is scared of something. Ross reined up and looked at his foreman. Scared? You ain't noticed? The way she jumps when a door slams? The way she checks the windows all the time? The way she keeps that bag of hers close, like it's got the crown jewels in it? Ross had noticed. Of course he had. He had noticed all of it, and more besides. He had noticed the way she flinched when he came up behind her without warning. The way her eyes went to the road whenever a rider passed the ranch. The way she slept with her bedroom door locked, which he knew because he had heard the bolt slide home every night since she arrived. I have noticed, he said. And it is her business. He gathered the reins and urged his horse forward. I told her I would not ask anything she was not willing to give. I meant it. Hank rode up beside him. That is admirable, Ross. It is also foolish. You have got a woman in your house who is running from something, and you do not know what. What if it follows her here? Ross did not answer, because he had been asking himself the same question. The truth was, Ross had not wanted a wife. Not really. He had wanted to honor his mother's wish, and he had wanted to stop feeling like the house was swallowing him alive, and he had wanted someone to fill the silence that had grown so thick he could almost taste it. But a wife. A real, breathing, complicated woman with needs and feelings and expectations. That was something else entirely. He had been engaged once. Charlotte Meade, the daughter of a rancher 2 valleys over. She was pretty and lively and full of plans for the future, and Ross had loved her with the uncomplicated certainty of a young man who had not yet learned that love was not enough. They were to be married in the spring. The dress was ordered. The church was arranged. Valerie Ames, the Reverend's daughter, was going to play the organ. And then, 6 weeks before the wedding, a railroad surveyor named Douglas Hale came through Harrow Creek on his way to Silver Falls, and Charlotte left with him on the next stage. She did not even leave a letter. Ross heard about it from Martha Bowen, who had heard it from the postmaster, who had sold Charlotte her ticket. 3 years of courtship, a ring he had saved for 6 months to buy, and she was gone between one sunset and the next. Ross had handled it the way his father would have. He worked. He chopped wood. He rode the fence line until his horse was too tired to go on, and then he walked. He did not talk about Charlotte, and eventually people stopped bringing her up, and the wound closed over, though it never quite healed. His mother, Edith, watched all of this with the quiet despair of a woman who knew her son was turning to stone and could not stop it. She was already sick by then, the cough that had started in the spring growing worse as the months wore on. Doc Hadley came and went, and the bottles of medicine on her nightstand multiplied, and Ross sat beside her bed in the evenings and read to her from the Bible because she liked the sound of his voice. It was on one of those evenings, a month before she died, that she took his hand and held it against her cheek. Promise me something, she said. Anything. Do not live alone. This ranch is a good place, but it is not a home without a family in it. You need someone, Ross. Not because you are weak. Because you are strong enough to build something worth sharing. He had promised. What else could he do? She was his mother, and she was dying, and he would have promised her the moon if she had asked for it. After she passed, he put the promise away on a shelf in his mind and left it there for 6 months. Then one night, sitting alone at the kitchen table with his supper cooling in front of him and the house so quiet he could hear his own heartbeat, he opened the newspaper and read the matrimonial advertisements. He read them again the next night, and the night after that. On the 4th night, he wrote a letter. Wanted, kind, caring single female to come to Harrow Creek, Montana, and be my wife. Must be willing to live on a working ranch. I am a man of 31 years, honest and hard-working, with a good home and steady income. I do not drink to excess and I attend church on Sundays. I am told that I am fair to look at, though I will leave that judgment to others. He had stared at the letter for a long time before mailing it. It felt like an admission of defeat. As though he was saying to the world, and to Charlotte's ghost, that he could not find a wife on his own and had to advertise for one like a man selling a horse. But his mother's voice was in his ear, and the house was too quiet, and so he mailed the letter and waited. Eliza Harper's reply arrived 3 weeks later. It was brief and careful and well written, and Ross read it 4 times. She was a teacher. 24 years old. From Philadelphia. She wanted a fresh start in the West. She sounded sensible and steady, the kind of woman who would take the ranch in stride and not expect more from him than he could give. He wrote back. She wrote again. The letters went back and forth for a few months, building something that was not quite intimacy but was close to it. Ross found himself looking forward to mail days. He found himself thinking about what to write, choosing his words with a care that surprised him. He even, once, caught himself smiling while reading one of her letters. And then she arrived. And she was not what the letters had promised. She was not gentle or easy or steady. She was sharp and watchful and wound-tight as a spring. She did not know Philadelphia. She did not talk like a teacher. She gripped that satchel like her life depended on it, and she wanted to be married in the same hour she stepped off the coach, and there was a look in her eyes that Ross recognized because he had seen it in the mirror. It was the look of someone who had lost something and was terrified of losing what little they had left. He was still thinking about it when he got back to the house that afternoon. The sky had made good on its threat and was spitting snow, the first of the season, small hard flakes that stung the skin. Ross put his horse up and crossed the yard to the house, stamping his boots on the porch. He stopped at the door. Through the kitchen window, he could see Amanda at the table. She had the account book spread out in front of her, the ones he kept in the desk in his office. She was bent over them, a pencil in her hand, making notes in the margin. Her hair was coming loose from its pins, and a strand of it fell across her cheek. She pushed it back absently, never looking up from the figures. Ross watched her for a moment, unobserved. There was something about the way she worked, the focused intensity of it, that told him this was not new to her. She was comfortable with numbers, with columns and sums and balances. It was not a skill most schoolteachers had. He pushed open the door, and she looked up. For just a second, before she rearranged her face, he saw guilt. She had not asked permission to go through his books. "I hope you do not mind," she said, setting down the pencil. "I was looking for something to do, and I noticed the ledgers on your desk. I used to keep the accounts for my..." She stopped. "For the school where I worked." Ross hung his coat on the peg by the door and sat down across from her. "What did you find?" She hesitated, then squared her shoulders. "You are being overcharged for feed. The invoices from the grain supplier in Silver Falls are 10% higher than the prices listed in the general store catalog. Either he is raising his prices without telling you, or someone is skimming off the top." Ross blinked. He had been buying feed from Jed Carter in Silver Falls for 3 years and had never once thought to compare prices. He took the ledger she pushed toward him and looked at the figures she had circled. "I will be darned," he said softly. "There is more. Your property tax assessment from last year was calculated on a higher acreage than what is recorded in your deed. You are paying taxes on land you do not own. I do not know if that is an error or if it was done on purpose, but it is costing you about $40 a year." Ross stared at the page, then stared at her. "How did you catch that?" She met his gaze steadily. "I am good with numbers. I always have been." There it was again. That gap between who she said she was and who she seemed to be. A schoolteacher from Philadelphia who could spot a tax assessment error. A woman who traveled light and slept with her door locked. A bride who wanted to be married before she had even sat down. Ross closed the ledger and set it on the table between them. "Thank you," he said. "I would never have caught it." "You are welcome." She paused, and he could see her working up to something. "Ross. I know I am not what you were expecting. I know that things about me do not add up. And I wish I could explain. I truly do. But I need you to believe me when I say that I am not here to cause you harm. I only want to earn my place." He looked at her for a long time. The snow was coming down harder now, white against the dark windows, and the kitchen was warm and close. She had flour on her sleeve from the morning's baking, and her eyes were dark and serious, and she was holding herself so still that he could see the pulse beating in her throat. "I believe you," he said. He was not sure if it was true. But he wanted it to be. After supper, they sat in the front room by the fire. It was becoming a habit, these quiet evenings, though neither of them had acknowledged it. Ross would build up the fire, and Amanda would bring coffee, and they would sit in the two chairs on either side of the hearth and talk, or not talk, as the mood took them. Tonight, Ross found himself telling her about his father. About the way James Kilner had come to Montana with nothing but a horse and a bedroll and turned empty land into something that lasted. About the years of drought and hard winters and cattle sickness and the 1,000 small disasters that could ruin a man if he let them. About the way his father had set his jaw and kept going, every time, because that was what you did. "He sounds like a remarkable man," Amanda said. "He was stubborn," Ross said. "That was most of it. Too stubborn to quit." "Is that where you get it from?" He looked at her, and she was smiling. It was a small smile, barely there, but it was the first real one he had seen from her. Not polite. Not careful. Just a moment of genuine warmth that softened her whole face and made her look younger and less guarded. He felt something shift in his chest, like a door opening a crack to let in light. "Maybe," he admitted. "Though my mother would have said it was more like mule-headedness than stubbornness." Amanda laughed. It was quiet and brief, hardly more than a breath, but it was a laugh, and it changed the air between them. Ross stared at the fire and told himself to be careful. This woman was not who she claimed to be. She was hiding something. Maybe many things. Getting attached to her would be foolish. But the sound of her laugh stayed with him long after she went upstairs. He sat by the dying fire and listened to the silence of the house, and it seemed to him that the silence was different now. Less empty. Less heavy. He was not ready to call it hope. But he was not ready to call it nothing, either. He banked the fire and checked the doors and windows, the way he did every night. At the front window, he paused. The snow had stopped, and the yard was white and still under a sky full of stars. The road to town was a pale line between dark fields. Nothing moved. No riders. No lanterns. No shadows that should not be there. But Hank's words were in his head. What if it follows her here? Ross pulled the curtain closed and went upstairs to bed. In the room down the hall, behind her locked door, Amanda sat on the floor with the loose floorboard pried up and the satchel open in her lap. She had taken out the ledger and turned to the page where Thomas had written the name. C. Pratt. Beside it, Thomas had noted, Territorial Magistrate. Signs off on survey approvals for the Northwest District. Connected to land transfers in Sections 14, 22, and 31. Sections 14, 22, and 31 were parcels of land in Montana Territory. Amanda had checked the property records at the land office in Kansas City before she fled. The parcels had been claimed by men who did not exist, using surveys that had been altered after Thomas filed them. Someone was stealing land on a grand scale, and someone with authority was making it legal. C. Pratt. Judge Cornelius Pratt of Harrow Creek, Montana. Amanda closed the ledger and put it back in the satchel and slid the satchel into its hiding place. She replaced the floorboard and stood up. Her hands were shaking. She had come to Harrow Creek to hide. Instead, she had walked straight into the middle of the very thing she was running from. She went to the window and looked out at the dark yard, the white snow, the mountains black against the stars. Somewhere out there, Colt Bannon was looking for her. And right here, in this town, the man who had sent him was sitting in his fine house on the hill, wearing his polished boots and his too warm smile. She pressed her forehead against the cold glass and closed her eyes. Thomas, she thought. What do I do now? But Thomas had no answer. He never did. The dead kept their counsel, and the living were left to find their own way. Amanda opened her eyes and looked at the dark. Then she pulled the curtain closed, got into bed, and lay awake until the gray light of morning crept across the ceiling, and it was time to get up and start pretending again. Chapter 5. 2 weeks into her marriage, Amanda made her first trip to town alone. Ross had offered to drive her. He had, in fact, insisted on it, in the quiet, firm way he had of insisting on things, which involved saying very little but standing in the doorway with his hat in his hands until you either agreed or walked around him. But Amanda needed to go by herself. She needed to see the town without Ross beside her, without the shield of his name and his steady presence. She needed to know what Harrow Creek looked like when she was just a woman alone on the street. She needed to know if Colt Bannon was still there. She had not seen him since the day she arrived. 2 weeks of silence, 2 weeks of looking over her shoulder and finding nothing there, and she did not trust it. Bannon was not the kind of man who gave up. He was the kind of man who waited. She had learned that much in the weeks she spent running from him across Kansas and into Montana. He was patient, methodical, and he enjoyed the work. He was a hunter, and he liked the chase as much as the catch. The ride into town took 30 minutes on the horse Ross had lent her, a steady bay mare named Penny who was forgiving of Amanda's uncertain horsemanship. Amanda had ridden a few times as a girl, but that was years ago, and her body remembered the soreness more than the skill. Still, she managed well enough, keeping to the road and letting Penny set the pace. Harrow Creek was busier in the middle of the week than it had been on Sunday. There were wagons in front of the general store and horses tied to the rail outside the saloon. A group of boys chased a dog down the middle of the street, and a woman in a blue dress was sweeping the boardwalk in front of the milliner's shop. It looked like every small town Amanda had ever passed through, ordinary, a little rough around the edges, going about its business. She tied Penny to the rail outside Martha Bowen's store and went inside. The general store smelled of coffee beans and kerosene and the sharp, sweet scent of new leather. It was packed from floor to ceiling with everything a person could need: barrels of flour and sugar, shelves of canned goods, bolts of fabric, tools, rope, nails, patent medicines, candy jars, and a glass case near the register that held knives, watches, and a few pieces of modest jewelry. Martha Bowen stood behind the counter, wrapping a parcel for a customer, and she looked up when Amanda came in. "Mrs. Kilner. Good to see you." "Good morning, Mrs. Bowen. I have a list." Amanda set the slip of paper on the counter and tried to look like a woman who was only thinking about flour and salt. Martha glanced at the list and nodded. "I will get this together for you. It will take a few minutes. Why don't you look around?" Amanda moved through the store, pausing at the fabric display, running her fingers over a bolt of calico without really seeing it. She was listening. The store had 3 other customers: a rancher's wife she recognized from church, a young man buying tobacco, and someone in the back she could not see. Then the front door opened, and the bell above it rang, and Amanda's breath stopped in her chest. Colt Bannon walked in. He was thinner than she remembered, and there was a bruise on his jaw that was yellowing at the edges. He wore the same long coat, the same flat expression, the same eyes that missed nothing. He walked to the counter without looking at Amanda and set a coin down. "Tobacco," he said. His voice was flat, a voice without color or warmth. "And a box of cartridges. 44 caliber." Martha set the items on the counter without comment. Bannon paid and turned to leave. As he did, his gaze swept the store in a single, practiced pass, the way a man checks a room out of habit. His eyes moved over the rancher's wife, the young man, the bolts of fabric. They moved over Amanda. She was standing near the back wall, half hidden behind a shelf of canned goods. She had turned her face away, pretending to read the label on a tin of peaches. Her heart was beating so hard she could feel it in her fingertips. She willed herself to be still, to be invisible, to be nothing more than a stranger in a store. Bannon's gaze paused on her. 1 second. 2. Then it moved on, and he pushed through the door and was gone. Amanda let out her breath in a slow, controlled stream. Her hands were shaking. She set the tin of peaches back on the shelf and gripped the edge of it until the trembling stopped. He had not recognized her. Or he had, and he was biding his time. She did not know which was worse. Martha appeared at her elbow. The older woman's face was calm, but her eyes were sharp. She took Amanda's arm and guided her through a door at the back of the store, into a small storeroom crowded with crates and barrels. "Sit down," Martha said, pointing to a wooden crate. Amanda sat. Martha closed the door and stood with her arms folded, looking down at her. "You know that man," Martha said. It was not a question. Amanda opened her mouth to deny it, then closed it again. Martha Bowen was not a woman who could be lied to easily. There was a steadiness in her gaze that reminded Amanda of Thomas, and it made the denial stick in her throat. "He has been in town for 2 weeks," Martha said. "Him and another one, heavier, meaner looking. They are staying at the boarding house and asking questions about a woman who came in on the stage. A woman traveling alone with a leather bag." She paused. "Now, I am not a fool, Mrs. Kilner. Or whatever your name is. I can see when a woman is frightened, and I can see when a man is hunting. So, I am going to ask you one question, and I would appreciate an honest answer. Are you in danger?" Amanda looked at her hands in her lap. They were still trembling. She pressed them together and raised her eyes to Martha's. "Yes," she said. Martha nodded, as though this confirmed something she had already decided. "Does Ross know?" "Not all of it." "Then you had better tell him. And until you do, I will keep my eyes open. Those men have been buying supplies from me, and I can tell you where they go and what they do. But you need to be honest with your husband, child. Secrets are a sickness, and they will eat you from the inside if you let them." Amanda wanted to argue. She wanted to say that the secrets were protecting Ross, that the less he knew the safer he was. But the words sounded hollow even in her mind. Martha was right. She knew it. The question was whether she had the courage to act on it. "Thank you," Amanda said. "For not asking more." "I am asking plenty," Martha said. "I am just asking it quietly." She opened the storeroom door. "Now, let me finish putting your order together, and you get on home before that man comes back." The ride back to the ranch felt longer than the ride in. Amanda pushed Penny harder than she should have, leaning low over the mare's neck, her eyes on the road ahead. Every stand of trees was a hiding place. Every rise in the land was a vantage point where someone could be watching. She was nearly home when she pulled Penny up short. A man was sitting on the fence rail beside the road, about a quarter-mile from the ranch gate. He was whittling a piece of wood with a small knife, and he looked up as Amanda approached. It was Slade, Bannon's partner. He was heavier than Bannon, with a thick neck and small, dark eyes set deep in a fleshy face. He wore a battered hat and a coat that was too thin for the weather. He did not stand. He did not speak. He just looked at her, and he smiled. It was a terrible smile. There was nothing behind it but teeth. Amanda rode past him without stopping. She did not look back. She kept her eyes on the ranch gate and her hands steady on the reins, and she did not breathe properly until she was in the yard and Penny was safe in the corral and the house was between her and the road. She went inside and locked the door. Then she sat at the kitchen table and put her face in her hands, and she stayed that way until her heart stopped racing and her thoughts cleared enough for her to think. Slade had been sitting on the fence line. Not on the road to town. On the road to the ranch. He knew where she lived. He had been there, watching, waiting, making sure she saw him. It was a message. "We know where you are." Amanda raised her head. Through the kitchen window, she could see the yard, the barn, the mountains beyond. Ross was out there somewhere, working, oblivious. Hank was with him. The ranch was quiet and open and utterly without defense against men like Bannon and Slade. She got up from the table and went upstairs. She pulled up the loose floorboard and took out the satchel. She opened it on the bed and spread the documents out, and she looked again at the page that had been haunting her since the night she arrived. C. Pratt. Territorial Magistrate. Survey Approvals, Northwest District. She thought about Judge Pratt's handshake at the church. His polished boots. His offer of help. The way he had looked at her, not with friendliness but with appraisal, the way a man looks at something he is trying to decide whether to buy or to break. She thought about Bannon and Slade, camped in Harrow Creek for 2 weeks, asking questions. 2 weeks, and they had not come for her. They knew where she was. They could have come at any time. So why hadn't they? Unless they were waiting for instructions. Unless someone local was telling them to wait. Amanda gathered the documents and put them back in the satchel. Her hands were steady now. The fear had not gone away, but it had changed shape. It was colder, harder, more like resolve than panic. She hid the satchel again and went downstairs to start supper. When Ross came in from the fields, she would be at the stove, and the kitchen would be warm, and she would smile at him and ask about his day. And she would not tell him any of it. Not yet. Not because she wanted to keep secrets, but because the truth was bigger than she had thought, and she did not yet know how to carry it. That night, she lay awake and listened to the wind. It was picking up, rattling the windows, pushing against the walls of the house like something trying to get in. She pulled the blanket up to her chin and stared at the ceiling. Somewhere in the dark, she heard a sound that did not belong to the wind. A horse. Hoofbeats on the road, moving slowly, then stopping. Then silence. Amanda held her breath. After a long minute, the hoofbeat started again, moving away this time, fading into the distance until there was nothing left but the wind and the creaking of the house. She did not sleep. Chapter 6. Ross knew something was wrong. He had known it for days, the way you know a storm is coming before the clouds appear, a change in the air, a pressure in the bones. Amanda had grown quieter, more careful. She still worked hard, still cooked and cleaned and kept the accounts, but there was a tension in her that had not been there before. She checked the windows more often. She startled at small sounds. And twice, he had come into a room and found her standing perfectly still, staring at nothing, her face blank with the effort of holding something in. He gave her space. That was his instinct, the habit of a lifetime. When something was wrong, you did not push. You waited. You let the other person come to you in their own time, the way you let a skittish horse approach your hand instead of reaching for it. But the waiting was wearing on him. It was Hank who forced the issue, in his sideways, tobacco-chewing way. They were in the barn, mending harness, and Hank said without looking up, "Your wife went to town 3 days ago and came back white as a sheet. She has not been right since. I noticed. And I am waiting for her to tell me what happened." Hank set down the harness and fixed Ross with a look that had 30 years of hard-won wisdom behind it. "Ross, I have known you since you were in short pants, and I have watched you wait out problems your whole life. Sometimes that works. But this is not a fence that will mend itself if you give it time. That woman is carrying something heavy, and it is going to crush her if someone does not help her set it down. What do you expect me to do? She does not trust me enough to tell me. Then make her trust you. Ask her. Not as a man who is owed an explanation. As a man who cares what happens to her." Ross worked his jaw and said nothing. Hank picked up the harness and went back to work, and the conversation was over. But the words stayed with him through the rest of the day. They followed him through the afternoon chores and into the evening, and they were still there when he washed his hands at the pump and went inside for supper. Amanda had made stew. She was getting better in the kitchen, he had to admit. The biscuits had not been burned in a week, and her coffee, while still strong enough to strip paint, was at least consistent. She set the pot on the table and ladled out 2 bowls, and they sat across from each other the way they always did, with the checked cloth between them and the lamp casting warm light over the room. They ate in silence for a few minutes. Outside, the wind was quiet for once, and the evening was still. Ross could hear the clock on the mantel in the next room, ticking away the seconds. "Amanda," he said. She looked up. He saw the flicker in her eyes, the tiny flinch, and he realized what he had done. He had called her Amanda. Not Eliza. Amanda. The name she had whispered in her sleep 3 nights ago, when he had paused in the hallway and heard her talking to someone who was not there. The silence stretched between them like a wire. "What did you call me?" she said. Her voice was very quiet. Ross set down his spoon. He had not planned this. He had not meant to say it. But now that it was out, he found that he did not want to take it back. "I heard you," he said. "A few nights ago. You were talking in your sleep. You said, 'Amanda, what have you done?' You were not talking about someone else. You were talking about yourself." She sat perfectly still. The color had drained from her face, and her hands were flat on the table on either side of her bowl, pressed down hard, as though she was trying to hold herself in place. "Your name is not Eliza Harper," Ross said. It was not a question. It never was. The clock ticked. The lamp flickered. Amanda stared at him, and he could see the war behind her eyes, the desperate calculation of a woman deciding whether to run or stand. "No," she said at last. Her voice was barely a whisper. "It is not." Ross nodded. He had known. Some part of him had known since the day she arrived, since she grabbed his arm and begged to be married in the same breath she said hello. He had known, and he had let it go, because the truth frightened him almost as much as it frightened her. "Tell me," he said. "Whatever it is, just tell me." She closed her eyes. When she opened them, there were tears on her lashes, but she did not let them fall. "My name is Amanda Morley. I am from Wichita, Kansas. I am a widow. My husband, Thomas, was a surveyor for the Territorial Land Office, and he was murdered 8 months ago because he found out that someone was stealing land through forged surveys and fraudulent deeds." The words came slowly at first, then faster, like water finding a crack in a dam. She told him about Thomas, about the documents, about Colt Bannon and Slade. She told him about the real Eliza Harper and how she had taken her name and her letters and used them to disappear. She told him about the satchel and what was in it and why men were willing to kill for it. She told him nearly everything. She did not tell him about Judge Pratt. That piece she held back, the way you hold back the last card in your hand, the one that could win or lose the game. She was not ready. She did not have enough proof. And she was afraid, deeply afraid, that if she accused the most respected man in Harrow Creek of being a criminal, Ross would think she was lying about all of it. So, she told him the rest and left that one piece buried, and she hated herself for it. When she finished, the kitchen was very quiet. Ross had not moved. His stew sat cooling in front of him, untouched. His hands were on the table, and his face was unreadable, closed off in a way that reminded her of the first day, when she was a stranger on a stagecoach, and he was a man she had never met. "You lied to me," he said. "Yes." "From the beginning." "Yes." "The letters, the name, Philadelphia, the teaching. All of it. All of it." He stood up. The chair scraped against the floor, loud in the silence. He walked to the window and stood with his back to her, his hands braced on the sill, his shoulders rigid. "You used me," he said. "You needed a place to hide, and you used my name and my home to do it. I did not intend to hurt you." Her voice cracked. "I had nowhere else to go. I was running out of time." The real Eliza changed her mind. "I found the letters tossed aside. I thought if I could just get here, if I could just be someone else for long enough to figure out what to do. To figure out what to do." He turned to face her. His eyes were dark, and there was something in them that was worse than anger. It was the look of a man who had been made a fool of, and who was remembering every other time he had trusted someone and been wrong. "Charlotte. The letters. The promises. I stood before a preacher and made a vow," he said. "I married a woman who does not exist. I am real." She stood up too, and her chair rocked backward. I am real, Ross. The name was a lie, but I am standing right here. Everything I have done since I came to this house has been real. The work, the cooking, the... She stopped herself before she could say what she was thinking. The evenings by the fire. The sound of your voice in the morning. The way your hand felt when it touched mine. You should have told me, he said. Before the wedding. Before any of it. And if I had? Would you have married me? He stared at her. She could see the answer on his face before he spoke it. No. Of course not. He would have put her back on the stagecoach and sent her wherever she was going, and she would be dead by now, or captured, or running through some other town under some other name. That is not the point, he said. It is exactly the point. I had no choices left, Ross. I had nothing. No name, no money, no home, no husband. Just a bag full of papers that could get me killed in a town I had never heard of and a man who was expecting someone else. I did the only thing I could think of. I am sorry it was not the right thing. The silence came back. It filled the kitchen like water, rising around them. Ross looked at her, and she looked at him, and the distance between them felt enormous, much wider than the table and the cooling bowls of stew. He put his hat on. He walked to the door. He stopped with his hand on the latch. Those men in town, he said without turning around. The ones who are after you. Are they dangerous? Yes. Have they come here? To the ranch? She hesitated. Then, one of them was on the fence line. 3 days ago. He was waiting for me to see him. Ross's hand tightened on the latch. She could see the knuckles go white. You should have told me that, too, he said. And then he was gone, the door closing behind him, his boots heavy on the porch steps, his silhouette disappearing into the dark yard. Amanda stood alone in the kitchen. The lamp hissed. The clock ticked. The stew was cold on the table, and the chair Ross had pushed back stood at an angle, like something interrupted. She sat down and pressed her palms against her eyes and breathed. In, out. In, out. She would not cry. She had cried enough. Tears were a luxury for women who had someone to comfort them, and she had just lost the only person who might have. Ross did not come back to the house that night. Amanda heard him in the barn. She sat at the kitchen window in the dark, unable to sleep, and she saw the light of a lantern moving behind the barn windows. He was out there with the horses, or with his thoughts, or with whatever it was a man did when the ground shifted under his feet and everything he thought he knew turned out to be sand. She thought about going to him. She thought about it so hard that she put on her shawl and opened the kitchen door and stood on the porch in the cold night air, looking at the barn light. The stars were out, bright and hard and uncaring, the same stars that had looked down on Thomas's body on that back road in Kansas. The same stars that would look down on her if Bannon caught up with her. She did not go to the barn. She closed the door and went upstairs and lay on the bed without undressing, and she stared at the ceiling and waited for morning. It came, the way morning always did, indifferent to the troubles of the people it woke. Gray light crept through the curtains. The rooster crowed. The horses stirred in the corral. Amanda got up, washed her face, changed her dress, and went downstairs to make coffee. Ross was at the kitchen table. He looked like he had not slept. His hair was uncombed, his shirt was wrinkled, and there was hay on his collar. He had a cup of coffee in front of him, already half empty, and he was staring at the window with the expression of a man who had spent the night having an argument with himself and had not yet decided who won. Amanda poured herself a cup and sat down across from him. She did not speak. She had said everything she had to say last night, and if he needed silence, she would give him that. They sat like that for a long time. The clock ticked. The coffee cooled. Outside, a magpie started up a racket in the pine tree by the corral. The real Eliza Harper, Ross said at last. You say she changed her mind? She did. She wrote to you saying she had taken a position at a school in Boston instead. I found the letter in a waste bin at the boarding house where I was hiding. She never mailed the letter. So, she is alive and well. As far as I know, yes. He nodded slowly. His fingers turned the coffee cup on the table, around and around, a small, restless motion. A letter came to the post office last week, he said. Addressed to Eliza Harper, care of Harrow Creek. From her sister. The postmaster sent word, but I haven't gone to pick it up. Then I forgot to mention it to you when you went into town. Amanda felt the blood leave her face. What did you say? To the person who told you. That my wife was settling in well and would write back as soon as you had the letter. He met her eyes for the first time that morning. I did not know I was lying. Now I do. She held his gaze and did not flinch. She owed him that much. What are you going to do? She asked. Ross looked at her. Really looked at her, the way he had on the first day, as though he was trying to see through her skin to whatever was underneath. She let him look. She had no more masks to put on, no more names to hide behind. This was Amanda Morley, a surveyor's widow from Kansas with dirt under her fingernails and stolen documents under the floorboards, and if he could not accept that, she would have to leave. The thought of leaving made something inside her crack, and she pushed it away before it could spread. I don't know, Ross said. But I know this much. Whatever you have done, whatever your name is, there are men out there who want to hurt you. That is real, and it is on my land, and I will not stand for it. He drained his coffee and stood. He put his hat on and pulled it down firm. We will figure the rest out later. Right now, I need to talk to Hank. And you need to show me those documents. It was not forgiveness. Amanda knew that. His voice was hard, and his eyes were guarded, and the easy warmth that had been growing between them over the past 2 weeks was gone, snuffed out like a candle. But he was not sending her away. He was not turning his back. He was choosing to stay, even though it cost him. Thank you, she said. He paused at the door. Do not thank me yet. I have not decided what I think about any of this. But my mother raised me to protect the people under my roof, and that includes you. Whatever your name truly is. He went out. The door closed. Amanda sat at the table with her cold coffee and listened to his boots on the porch and his voice calling for Hank across the yard. Then she got up and went upstairs. She pried up the loose floorboard and took out the satchel. She brought it downstairs and set it on the kitchen table, in the spot where Ross's coffee cup had been, and she waited for him to come back. The morning sun came through the window and fell across the worn leather, and the satchel sat there in the light, and it looked smaller than Amanda had thought. Smaller, and less dangerous, and not at all like the thing that had upended her life and cost Thomas his. But it was. And now Ross would see it, and he would understand, and everything would change again. She folded her hands in her lap and waited. Chapter 7. Ross came back to the house with Hank beside him. They stamped the mud from their boots on the porch, and Ross opened the kitchen door, and the first thing he saw was the satchel on the table. He stopped in the doorway. Hank stopped behind him, peering over his shoulder. Amanda sat in her chair with her hands folded in her lap, waiting, and the satchel sat between them like something alive. That is it? Ross said. That is it. He pulled out his chair and sat down. Hank took the chair at the end of the table, the one that was usually empty, and he did not say a word. He just folded his arms and settled in, his eyes moving between Ross and Amanda with the calm attentiveness of a man who had learned long ago that the best way to understand a situation was to keep his mouth shut and listen. Amanda opened the satchel. She laid the contents on the table, one piece at a time, the way she might have laid out cards in a game where everything depended on the hand. The ledger first, then the bundle of letters, then the folded map, then Thomas's notebook. This is what my husband was killed for, she said. This is what Bannon and Slade have been chasing me across 3 territories to get back. Ross picked up the ledger. He opened it carefully, turning the pages with hands that were rough from fence wire and reins but surprisingly gentle with the paper. He studied the columns of numbers, the names, the notations in the margins. Amanda watched his face and tried to read what was happening behind his eyes. "I do not understand all of it," he said after a while. "But I can see that these are land records. Claims, surveys, transfers. Forged ones," Amanda said. Thomas was a surveyor. He filed accurate reports. But after he submitted them, someone changed the records. Boundaries were redrawn, acreages were altered, and claims were approved for people who did not exist. Whole sections of territorial land were being stolen, signed over to false names, and then sold to real buyers at a profit. The buyers thought they were purchasing legitimate claims. They had no idea the surveys were fraudulent. Hank leaned forward. "How much land are we talking about?" "Thousands of acres. Across Kansas, Nebraska, and Montana territories." Thomas traced transactions going back 3 years before he was killed. "The scope of it." She shook her head. It was not one man working alone. It was a network. Surveyors, land office clerks, someone with the authority to sign off on the final approvals. Someone high enough that no one questioned the paperwork. Ross set the ledger down and picked up the map. It was a survey map of Montana territory, and Thomas had marked it with pencil, circling certain sections and drawing lines between them. There were numbers beside each circle, cross-referenced to pages in the ledger. "These sections," Ross said, tracing a circle with his finger. "Some of these are near Harrow Creek." "Yes." He looked up at her sharply. "How near?" "Sections 14, 22, and 31. All within 20 miles of this town." Ross sat back in his chair. His face was still hard, still guarded, but she could see the wheels turning behind his eyes. He was a rancher. He understood land. He understood what it meant for someone to steal it. "Who?" he said. "Who was signing off on the approvals?" This was the moment. Amanda felt it like a hand closing around her throat. She could tell him. She could open the ledger to the page where Thomas had written the name and let Ross see it for himself. See, Pratt. She could end the last secret between them right now. But she thought about the way Ross had talked about Pratt on the ride home from church. He helped his father out when the ranch was struggling. She thought about the weight of that debt, the loyalty a man felt towards someone who had kept his family afloat. She thought about how it would sound, the woman who had lied about her name, her past, her entire existence, now accusing the most respected man in town of being a criminal. He would not believe her. Not yet. Not without more. Thomas identified several people involved, she said. Land office clerks, a surveyor in Wichita who was altering the records, and someone with territorial authority who was approving the final claims. But he was killed before he could confirm the name of the person at the top. His notes point in a direction, but they are not proof. Not the kind of proof that would hold up in front of a judge. It was half a lie and half the truth. Thomas had written the name. But Thomas was dead, and his handwriting in a notebook was not enough to bring down a man like Cornelius Pratt. She needed more. She needed something that connected Pratt directly to Bannon, to the land transfers, to the money. Ross studied her face for a long moment. She held his gaze and did not look away. "All right," he said. "So, what do we do with this?" "The documents need to get to someone who can act on them. A federal marshal, or a territorial prosecutor. Someone outside the local system, someone who cannot be bought or pressured." Thomas was trying to reach the marshal in Wichita when he was killed. "There is a U.S. Marshal office in Helena," Hank said. It was the first time he had spoken since sitting down. Both Ross and Amanda turned to look at him. "I had dealings with them years back, over a cattle theft matter. They were straight. If these papers are what you say they are, Helena is where they need to go." "Helena is a 4-day ride," Ross said. 5, in this weather, Hank corrected. "And that is if the passes are clear, which they may not be much longer, the way winter is coming in." Ross rubbed his hand over his face. He looked tired, Amanda thought. Tired and troubled and older than his 31 years. She had done that to him. She had brought her trouble into his house and laid it on his table, and now he was carrying it alongside everything else he already bore. "We have some time," she said. "Bannon has the satchel's existence confirmed, but he does not know exactly what is in it or where I have hidden it. He is being careful. And I think..." She hesitated. "I think he is waiting for instructions from someone." "Instructions from who?" "That is what I do not know yet." Another lie. Another necessary one. She swallowed it and pressed on. "But the fact that he has been here for weeks and has not tried to take the documents by force tells me that someone is controlling him. Someone who does not want a scene." Ross considered this. Then he gathered the documents together and put them back in the satchel. He closed it and pushed it across the table to Amanda. "Keep these hidden. Do not change where you have put them. If someone has already searched the house, they did not find them, which means your hiding place is good." He stood up. "Hank, I want you to ride the fence line twice a day instead of once. If you see anyone on our land who does not belong, you come straight to me." "Already been doing it," Hank said mildly. Ross almost smiled at that. Almost, but not quite. He turned to Amanda. His expression was difficult to read. There was anger in it, and concern, and something else that she could not name. "I need to think on all of this," he said. "But hear me clearly. Whatever happens next, you are not doing it alone. You are on my land, under my roof, carrying my name. That means something to me, even if the name you gave me was not your own." He picked up his hat and went out. The door closed behind him, and Amanda heard his boots cross the porch and descend the steps. Hank stayed seated for a moment longer. He looked at Amanda with his weathered face and his sharp old eyes, and then he said, "He will come around. It may take him a while, because he is stubborn, and he has been hurt before. But he is a good man, and good men do not walk away from the right thing, even when it is hard." "I know he is a good man," Amanda said. "That is what makes this so difficult." Hank nodded, as though she had said something wise. Then he stood and put on his hat and followed Ross out into the cold morning. Amanda sat alone at the kitchen table with the satchel in her hands. She held it against her chest, the way she used to hold it on the stagecoach, and she closed her eyes. She had told the truth. Most of it. Enough of it. And Ross had not sent her away. It was not forgiveness, and it was not trust, and it was not the warm, quiet evenings by the fire that she had come to treasure more than she should. But it was something. A foothold on a cliff face, small but solid. She would take it. The days that followed were strange. The rhythm of the house changed, became something tighter and more watchful. Ross still worked the ranch from dawn to dusk, but he came in earlier now, and he kept his rifle by the kitchen door instead of in the gun cabinet in the sitting room. Hank rode the fence line morning and evening and reported to Ross at supper, always the same, nothing to see, no strangers on the land. Amanda went about her work, but the pretense was gone. She was no longer pretending to be Eliza Harper, no longer trying to remember a past she had invented. She was Amanda. Just Amanda. And the relief of it was so great that it almost made up for the distance between her and Ross. Almost. They were polite to each other. They shared meals and spoke about the ranch, the weather, the supplies that needed ordering. But the easy conversation of those first evenings was gone. Ross did not tell her stories about his father anymore. He did not sit by the fire after supper. He ate, cleaned up, said good night, and went to his room, and the house fell silent around Amanda like snow falling on bare ground. She missed him. That was the truth of it, plain and unadorned. She missed the man who had talked about the stars. She missed the almost smile he gave her when the biscuits came out right. She missed the sound of his voice in the quiet kitchen, steady and low, telling her about the ranch and the cattle and the way the seasons turned in this country. She had no right to miss him. She had lied to him, used him, built a false life in his home. But the heart does not care about rights. It wants what it wants, and Amanda's heart, which she had thought was beyond wanting anything after Thomas died, had apparently decided otherwise. She did her best to ignore it. She threw herself into work, scrubbing and cooking and mending until her hands were raw. She organized the root cellar. She patched a hole in the chicken coop that had been letting in drafts. She started on the curtains in the sitting room, which were faded and thin, and cut new ones from a bolt of fabric she found in the bottom of the wardrobe. It was while she was working on the curtains, late one afternoon, that Ross came in from the barn. He stopped in the doorway of the sitting room and looked at her, cross-legged on the floor with fabric spread around her and pins in her mouth. "What are you doing?" he asked. She took the pins out. "Making curtains. The old ones were letting in too much cold." He looked at the old curtains, then at the new fabric, then at Amanda on the floor. Something shifted in his face, just for a moment, a softening around the eyes, a loosening of the jaw. "My mother made those curtains," he said. 20 years ago, maybe more. She would have been glad to see them replaced. She always said they were the wrong color." Amanda held up the new fabric. It was a deep blue, the color of the sky just after sunset. "Is this better?" Ross looked at the fabric. Then he looked at her. And for the first time since the night she had told him the truth, he smiled. It was small. It was careful. But it was real. "It is better," he said. He went to the kitchen to wash up, and Amanda sat on the floor with the fabric in her hands and the pins scattered around her, and she felt something warm and fragile unfurl in her chest, like the first leaf of spring pushing through frozen ground. Chapter 8. The storm came in on a Wednesday night, without warning. Ross had been watching the sky all afternoon, reading it the way his father had taught him. The clouds were wrong, piled too high in the west and moving too fast, and the air had that metallic taste that meant snow was coming, and a lot of it. He brought the horses in from the far pasture and penned the cattle in the lower draw where the hills would break the wind. Hank helped him stack hay bales around the chicken coop and secure the barn doors. By the time the first flakes started falling, they had done what they could. It was not enough. The storm hit like a wall. 1 hour it was snowing steadily, the kind of fat, lazy flakes that children catch on their tongues. The next hour, the wind came howling down from the mountains and the snow turned to ice, and the world outside the windows disappeared into a white fury that blotted out everything beyond the porch rail. Amanda had never seen anything like it. In Kansas, they had winter storms, but nothing with this kind of violence. The house shook. The wind found every crack in the walls and pushed through, cold fingers reaching into every room. She built up the fire in the kitchen and the sitting room, and she stuffed rags into the gaps around the windows, and she heated water and made coffee and did everything she could think of to keep the house warm. Ross came in from the barn covered in snow, ice in his eyebrows, his face raw from the wind. He stamped and shook himself like a dog and stood by the kitchen stove with his hands out, and Amanda saw that his fingers were blue at the tips. "Give me your hands," she said. He looked at her. She reached out and took his hands before he could pull away. They were like ice, stiff and clumsy, and she wrapped hers around them and held them close to her body, warming them with her own heat. She could feel the cold coming off him in waves, and beneath it, the rough calluses on his palms and the strength in his fingers. He did not pull away. He stood there, looking down at their joined hands, and something passed across his face that was too quick to name. She felt his fingers curl, just slightly, against hers. "You need to get out of those wet clothes," she said, and her voice came out steadier than she felt. "In a minute." They stood like that for longer than a minute. The stove crackled. The wind screamed outside. The house groaned under the weight of the storm. And Amanda held Ross Kilner's hands in hers and felt the cold leave his skin, degree by slow degree, and she did not let go until his fingers were warm and his color had come back, and the blue had faded to pink. "Thank you," he said quietly. "Go change. I will have something hot for you when you come back down." He nodded and went upstairs. Amanda turned to the stove and pressed her hands flat against the iron surface, not because they were cold but because they were trembling, and she needed something solid to hold on to. The storm held them prisoner for 2 days. Hank was in the bunkhouse, a small building behind the barn that he used during bad weather. He had supplies and a stove and was, by his own account, comfortable enough. Ross checked on him twice a day, fighting through the drifts that were piling up between the buildings. Each time he came back, Amanda met him at the door and helped him out of his coat and hat, and each time, their hands touched. Neither of them mentioned it. But neither of them avoided it either. Trapped in the house together, with the storm howling outside and nowhere to go, they began to talk again. Not about the documents, or Bannon, or the lies. They talked about smaller things. Truer things. Things that mattered in a different way. Ross told her about the first horse he ever broke, a roan mare that threw him 7 times before he figured out that she was not ornery. She was deaf in one ear and could not hear him coming. He told her about the time his father tried to build a windmill, and it collapsed 3 times before a traveling man pointed out that it was spinning the wrong direction. He told her about his mother's biscuits, which were light and perfect and which he had been trying to replicate for years without success. "That is why yours tasted so bad at first," he said. "I was comparing them to hers." "And now?" Amanda asked. "Now they taste like yours." "Which is different. But not bad." She smiled at that, and he caught it, and something warm passed between them across the kitchen table. Amanda, in turn, told him about Thomas. Not the documents, not the danger. Thomas the man. She told Ross how they had met, at a church social in Wichita, where Thomas had stepped on her foot during a reel and apologized so profusely that she had laughed until she cried. She told him about their wedding, small and quiet, in the front parlor of the preacher's house, with 2 witnesses they had pulled off the street. She told him about the way Thomas whistled while he worked, always the same tune, a hymn his mother used to sing, and how she had not been able to hear that tune since his death without her chest going tight. Ross listened. He did not interrupt. He did not compare his own losses or offer comfort. He simply listened, with his hands around his coffee cup and his eyes on her face, and when she finished, he said, "He sounds like a man worth missing." He was, Amanda said. And then, because Ross had earned the truth, she added, "But he has been gone for 8 months, and somewhere in those months, the missing changed. It stopped being a wound and became a scar. It is still there. I carry it. But it does not bleed the way it used to." Ross looked at the table. His thumb traced a circle on the rim of his cup. "I know something about that," he said. He did not say Charlotte's name, but Amanda heard it in the spaces between his words, and she understood. They sat in the quiet kitchen and let the understanding settle between them, light as snow, steady as the ticking clock. On the second night of the storm, the barn door blew open. They heard it from the house, a banging, crashing sound that cut through the wind, and Ross was on his feet and pulling on his coat before Amanda could speak. She grabbed the lantern and followed him out onto the porch. The world was white and screaming. She could barely see the barn, though it was only 30 yards away. The snow was above her knees, and the wind hit her so hard she had to brace herself against the porch post. Ross was already wading through the drifts toward the barn. Amanda went after him. She could hear the horses inside, whinnying and stamping, frightened by the banging door. The door itself was swinging wildly, the latch broken, slamming against the barn wall with each gust. Ross caught the door and held it. "Get inside," he shouted over the wind. Amanda ducked under his arm and into the barn. It was dark and cold and full of panicked animals. Penny was kicking at her stall. The other 2 horses were pressed against the far wall, eyes wide and rolling. Amanda went to Penny first. She put her hand on the mare's neck and talked to her, the same low, steady voice she had used when Thomas was sick, the voice that said everything is all right, I am here, you are safe. The mare shuddered and blew air through her nostrils, but she stopped kicking. Amanda stroked her neck and kept talking, and gradually Penny settled, dropping her head and leaning into Amanda's hand. Ross wrestled the door closed. The latch was broken, the metal twisted by the wind, so he braced it with a hay bale and a length of rope. It was not elegant, but it held. He stood back, breathing hard, his coat white with snow. Then he turned and saw Amanda with the horse. She was standing in the lantern light with her hand on Penny's neck, her nightgown showing beneath the coat she had thrown on, her hair loose and wild from the wind. The mare's head was low, her eyes calm. The other two horses had settled as well, taking their cue from Penny, and the barn was quiet except for the wind outside and the soft sound of animals breathing. "Where did you learn to do that?" Ross asked. "Do what?" "Calm a horse like that. You told me you barely knew how to ride." Amanda looked at her hand on Penny's neck. "I do not know. I just talked to her. It is the same thing I used to do when Thomas came home worried. I would just talk, and he would listen, and after a while, whatever was troubling him seemed smaller." Ross stared at her. The lantern threw shadows across his face, and his eyes were dark and serious, and Amanda realized that something had changed. Not a big change. Not a declaration or a decision. Just a shift, like a compass needle swinging to find north. He was looking at her differently. Not with suspicion. Not with the guarded caution of the past few days. He was looking at her the way a man looks at something he had given up on finding. "Amanda," he said. Her real name. And the way he said it, low and quiet, with the storm hammering at the walls around them, made her breath catch. "Yes?" He opened his mouth, and she thought he was going to say something important. Something that would change things between them in a way that could not be undone. But then the wind hit the barn door again, and the rope groaned, and the moment broke like a thread pulled too tight. "We should get back to the house," he said. "Before it gets worse." She nodded. He took the lantern from her and held the barn door open, and they waded back through the snow together, side by side, leaning into the wind. At the porch, Amanda's foot caught on a buried step and she stumbled. Ross caught her, one arm around her waist, pulling her upright and holding her steady. She was pressed against him. She could feel the cold of his coat and the warmth of his body beneath it, and his arm was tight around her, and his face was close to hers, and for one breath, one heartbeat, the storm did not exist. There was nothing in the world but the two of them, standing in the snow, holding on to each other. Then Ross set her on her feet and let go. "Careful," he said. His voice was rough. "Thank you." They went inside. Amanda stood by the stove and dripped snowmelt onto the floor, and Ross built up the fire, and they did not look at each other, because looking at each other right now would have required acknowledging something that neither of them was ready to name. But it was there. It had been there for a while, if she was honest. Growing in the quiet spaces between them, in the small kindnesses and the shared silences, and the way his face was the first thing she thought of in the morning and the last thing she thought of at night. She was falling in love with Ross Kilner. The thought landed in her like a stone dropped into still water, sending ripples in every direction. She was falling in love with a man she had deceived. A man who did not fully trust her. A man whose home she had entered under a stolen name, carrying a dead husband's secrets and a target on her back. It was the most inconvenient thing she had ever felt, and it was as real as the ground beneath her feet. Ross handed her a cup of coffee. Their fingers touched on the handle, and she felt it again, that crackle, that warmth. He felt it too. She could see it in the slight widening of his eyes, the quick breath he took before he stepped back. "You should get some sleep," he said. "Storm might break by morning." "And if it does not?" He looked at her. And there it was, the ghost of that smile, the one she had been missing for days. "Then I suppose we will be stuck with each other a while longer." She went upstairs and got into bed and lay in the dark, listening to the storm batter the house. Downstairs, she could hear Ross banking the fire and checking the windows, the nightly ritual she had come to know as well as her own breathing. His footsteps on the stairs. His door opening and closing. The house settled. The storm raged. And Amanda lay awake and thought about the way his arm had felt around her waist, solid and sure, like something she could lean on without fear of it breaking. She thought about it for a long time. The storm broke on the third morning, as suddenly as it had arrived. Amanda woke to silence and a sky so blue it hurt to look at. The snow was 3 feet deep in the yard and drifted higher against the barn and the fences. The world was white and still and glittering. Ross was already outside, digging a path to the barn. Hank emerged from the bunkhouse like a bear from its den, shaking snow off his hat and squinting at the brightness. Amanda put on her coat and gloves and went out to help. They worked side by side, the 3 of them, shoveling and clearing and checking on the animals. The cattle in the lower draw had survived, huddled together for warmth, and the horses were fine. The chicken coop had held. The only real damage was the barn door latch, which Ross said he could fix with a new piece of iron from the forge in town. It was hard work, and by midday, Amanda's arms ached, and her back was sore, and her cheeks were raw from the cold. But there was something good in it, something clean. Working alongside Ross and Hank, without pretense, without secrets hanging in the air. Just the simple, honest labor of keeping a ranch alive through winter. After lunch, Hank rode out to check the far fence line. Ross and Amanda stood on the porch and watched him go, a dark figure on a dark horse against the white landscape. "Amanda," Ross said. She turned to him. He was leaning on the porch rail, looking out at the land, and the sunlight was full on his face, and she could see every line and angle of it, the jaw that needed shaving, the eyes that were lighter than she had first thought, more hazel than brown. "I have been thinking," he said. "About you. About all of it." "And?" He turned to face her. "I was angry. I had a right to be. You lied to me, and I do not take that lightly. But I have been asking myself what I would have done in your place, and the honest answer is..." He paused, working the words out like a man pulling splinters from his hand. "The honest answer is I do not know. Maybe the same thing. Maybe worse. You were alone, and afraid, and out of choices. I understand that better now than I did a few days ago." "You do not have to forgive me," Amanda said. "I am not asking for that. I know you are not. That is one of the things I have been thinking about." He looked at her steadily. "You have not asked me for anything. Not forgiveness, not sympathy, not even kindness. You have just kept working, kept showing up, kept trying to earn your place. And I..." He rubbed the back of his neck, a gesture she had come to know meant he was uncomfortable with what he was about to say. "I respect that. It is more than a lot of people would have done." Amanda felt her throat tighten. She did not trust herself to speak, so she nodded. "I am not going to pretend that the trust is back," Ross said. "It is not. Trust is earned, and you are starting from behind. But I made a choice when I married you, and I am making another choice now. I am choosing to stand with you. Not because I have to. Because I want to." The word landed between them. Want. Not duty, not obligation, not the promise he had made to a woman who did not exist. Want. Amanda looked at him, and he looked at her, and the snow stretched out white and endless around them, and the sky was blue above, and for a moment, standing on that porch in the cold clean air, the distance between them felt smaller than it had in days. "Thank you, Ross," she said. And she meant it with everything she had. He nodded. Then he straightened up and put his hat on and said, "Now. We need to talk about what to do about those men. Because the storm has bought us time, but it will not last forever. And I would very much like to know who sent them before they make their next move." Amanda took a breath. The moment was here. She could tell him about Pratt. She could lay the last card on the table and let him see the full hand. But something held her back. Not distrust. Not fear of his reaction. Something more practical than that. If she told Ross about Pratt now, he would want to confront the man. That was his nature. Direct, honest, unafraid. He would ride into town and face Pratt and demand the truth, and Pratt would deny everything, and then Pratt would know that they were onto him, and whatever slim advantage they had would be gone. She needed proof first. Real proof. Something that even Ross's loyalty to Harrow Creek could not argue away. "I think I know how to find out," she said carefully. "But I need time. And I need you to trust me a little longer." Ross studied her. She could see him weighing it, balancing his instinct to act against her request for patience. It went against his grain. She knew that. He was a man who fixed things with his hands, not a man who waited. "How much longer?" he asked. "A week. Maybe 2. Let me follow what Thomas started. Let me look at the records and the maps and see if I can find the connection he was building toward. If I can give you a name, a real name, with evidence to back it up, then we can go to Helena together." Ross was quiet for a moment. Then he nodded. 2 weeks, he said. "And then we act, one way or another." "Agreed." He held out his hand. She took it. His grip was firm and warm, and he held on for a beat longer than a handshake required, and when he let go, his fingers trailed across her palm in a way that might have been accidental and might not have been. Amanda watched him walk across the yard toward the barn, his boots crunching in the new snow, his shoulders square against the cold. He did not look back. She pressed her hand against her chest, where the warmth of his touch still lingered, and she stood on the porch until the cold drove her inside. 2 weeks. She had 2 weeks to prove that Judge Cornelius Pratt was the man behind the curtain, the man who had ordered her husband's death and sent Colt Bannon to finish the job. 2 weeks, and then the truth. All of it, this time. She went inside and closed the door and began to plan. Chapter 9. Something changed between them after the storm. It was nothing you could point to or name, nothing that would have been visible to anyone watching from the outside. They did not hold hands. They did not speak of feelings. They did not cross the invisible line that ran down the center of the hallway between their 2 bedroom doors. But the air in the house was different. Lighter. Warmer. Like the pressure that had been building for weeks had finally broken, the way the sky clears after a thunderstorm, and what was left behind was something cleaner and more honest than what had been there before. They worked together now. Not just in the way that 2 people who share a house divide up the chores, but truly together, as partners. Amanda took over the ranch accounts entirely, with Ross's blessing, and within a week she had identified 3 more places where he was losing money: a blacksmith in Silver Falls who was charging double for horseshoes, a feed order that had been duplicated and paid twice, and a discrepancy in the cattle count that suggested someone had miscounted during the fall tally. Or someone helped themselves to a few head and hoped nobody would notice, Hank said when Amanda showed him the figures. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "Cattle theft is not unheard of out here. But it takes nerve to steal from your neighbors." Ross studied the numbers with the intensity of a man who did not enjoy arithmetic but understood its importance. "How many are we short?" 12, Amanda said. "That is not a rounding error. That is a dozen cattle that are somewhere other than where they should be." Ross and Hank exchanged a look. 12 head of cattle was not a fortune, but it was not nothing, either. It was enough to matter, especially for a ranch that was already running lean. "I will ride the far boundaries this week," Hank said. "See if I can find tracks." If someone drove a dozen head off the property, they left a trail. Ross nodded. But Amanda saw something else in his expression, a thought forming behind his eyes that he did not speak aloud. She recognized it because she had been having the same thought. 12 missing cattle. Inflated feed prices. A property tax calculated on acreage Ross did not own. Each one, taken alone, was a small problem. But taken together, they formed a pattern. Someone was squeezing the Kilner ranch from multiple directions, slowly, quietly, the way you tighten a noose 1 inch at a time so the person wearing it does not notice until it is too late. She did not say any of this. Not yet. She filed it away with the other pieces she was gathering, the notes in Thomas's ledger, the name on the map, the phrase Judge Pratt had used at the church. Progress demands sacrifice. She was building a case, the way Thomas had built his, 1 piece at a time. And she was getting closer. Ross taught her to ride properly that week. Not the careful, nervous riding she had been doing on Penny, but the real thing, the way a person needed to ride if they were going to live on a ranch in Montana. He was a patient teacher, which surprised her. She had expected him to be brisk about it, the way he was brisk about most things, but instead he took his time. He adjusted her stirrups and showed her how to hold the reins so that the horse could feel her intentions without being yanked around. He walked beside Penny with one hand on the bridle and talked Amanda through the basics: how to sit, how to shift her weight, how to signal a turn, how to stop. "You are holding your breath," he told her on the third day, when they had graduated from walking to a slow trot. "A horse can feel tension through the saddle. If you are tight, she is tight. Breathe." Amanda breathed. She loosened her grip on the reins and let her body move with the horse instead of bracing against it. The trot smoothed out, and Penny settled into an easy rhythm, and for the first time, Amanda felt something she had not expected to feel on the back of a horse. Freedom. The land opened around her. The mountains were sharp against the sky, and the air was cold and clear, and the grass, brown now with winter coming, stretched out in every direction. She was moving through it, part of it, and the weight she carried seemed smaller from up here, less crushing when seen against the vastness of the country. She laughed. It came out of nowhere, a bright, sudden sound that startled Penny and made the mare flick her ears. Amanda steadied her with a hand on her neck and laughed again, and when she looked at Ross, he was watching her with an expression she had never seen on his face before. It was wonder. Simple, unguarded wonder, the look of a man seeing something beautiful for the first time. He looked away quickly, busying himself with his own horse, adjusting a strap that did not need adjusting. But Amanda had seen it, and the warmth of it stayed with her all the way home. The evenings came back. Not all at once, but in pieces, the way a river refills after a drought. Ross would build the fire after supper, and Amanda would bring coffee, and they would sit in the chairs on either side of the hearth and talk. The conversations were different now. There was a depth to them that had not been there before, because the pretense was gone, and they could speak as themselves. Amanda told him about growing up in Kansas, about her parents' farm, about the way her mother used to sing while she hung the washing. She told him about meeting Thomas at the church social, and about the years they had together, which were not many but were good. Ross, in turn, told her things he had never told anyone. About the night Charlotte left, when he sat on the porch for 6 hours in the dark and did not move. About the day his mother died, when the light went out of her eyes between one breath and the next, and the house became a coffin that he could not escape. About the fear, which he had never admitted to anyone, that he was turning into his father, a man who loved deeply but could not say so, who carried his grief in silence until it crushed him. "Your father did not let it crush him," Amanda said gently. "He kept going. He built this ranch. He raised you." "He raised me to be alone," Ross said. Then he caught himself and shook his head. "No. That is not fair. He raised me to be strong. It is not his fault that I confused strength with solitude." Amanda looked at him across the firelight. His face was half in shadow, the way it always was in the evenings, and his eyes were dark and thoughtful. She wanted to reach out and touch his hand. She wanted to tell him that he was not alone anymore, that she was here, that she was not going anywhere. But she could not promise that. Not with Bannon in town and Pratt in his fine house and the documents under the floorboards. She could not promise to stay when she did not know if staying was possible. So instead she said, "Strength and solitude are not the same thing. You were right about that. It takes more courage to let someone in than it does to keep everyone out." Ross looked at her. The fire crackled between them. "I am beginning to see that," he said quietly. They sat in the warm room and listened to the fire and did not speak for a long time, and the silence between them was not empty or heavy or strained. It was full. It was the silence of two people who had said enough and did not need to say more. On Saturday, a note arrived at the ranch, delivered by a boy from town on a lathered pony. It was written on heavy cream paper, folded and sealed with wax, and it was addressed to Mr. and Mrs. Ross Kilner. Amanda opened it at the kitchen table while Ross read over her shoulder. Dear Ross and Mrs. Kilner, I would be honored if you would join me for supper at my home this Saturday evening. I have invited a few of our neighbors as well, and I thought it would be a fine opportunity for your bride to become better acquainted with the community. Yours sincerely, Judge Cornelius Pratt. Amanda set the note down. Her heart was beating faster, but she kept her face still. We should go, she said. Ross frowned. I am not much for supper parties. I know. But this is an opportunity. If I am going to understand how things work in Harrow Creek, who talks to whom, who owes whom favors, I need to see people together. And Pratt's house is the center of it all. It was true, as far as it went. What she did not say was that she also needed to see Pratt's study. She needed to see his desk, his papers, his maps. Thomas had traced the corruption to a territorial magistrate. If Pratt was that magistrate, there would be evidence in his house. There had to be. Ross studied her face. She could see him weighing it, the way he always did, measuring what she was saying against what she was not saying. All right, he said. We will go. But I do not like it. Neither do I, Amanda said, and that, at least, was entirely honest. Chapter 10. Judge Pratt's house stood on a rise at the north end of Harrow Creek, overlooking the town like a father watching his children at play. It was the largest home for 30 miles, 2 stories of whitewashed timber with green shutters and a wide porch with turned railings. There were glass windows on every side, real glass, not oiled paper, and they glowed with lamplight as Ross drove the wagon up the curved path to the front door. Amanda wore her better dress, the faded blue one, and she had pinned her hair up with the tortoise-shell comb that had been her mother's. It was the only piece of her old life that she had kept, the only thing she had grabbed besides the satchel when she fled Wichita. She touched it now, briefly, as Ross helped her down from the wagon. Ready, he said. No, she said. But let us go in anyway. The front door was opened by a Mexican woman in a black dress who took their coats and led them to the parlor. It was a beautiful room. Wallpaper with a pattern of green leaves. A piano in the corner. Furniture that had been shipped from somewhere far away, heavy and dark and polished to a shine. A fire burned in a marble fireplace, and above it hung an oil painting of a mountain landscape that Amanda recognized as the view from just north of town. There were 4 other guests, Doc Hadley and his wife, a small, bird-like woman named Iris, and a rancher named Tom Garrett and his wife, Louise, who was built like a barn door and had a handshake to match. They greeted Amanda warmly, and she smiled and made small talk and felt the skin on the back of her neck prickling the entire time. Judge Pratt entered the room last, as though timing his appearance for effect. He wore a dark suit with a silver watch chain, and his silver hair was combed back in the same careful way, and he smiled at each of his guests in turn, saving Amanda for last. Mrs. Kilner, he said, taking her hand. How lovely that you could come. I trust you are settling in well at the ranch? Very well, thank you. Good, good. Ross is a fine man. One of the best in the territory, if I may say so. His father was the same. Salt of the earth, James Kilner. He released her hand and turned to the room at large. Shall we go into supper? The dining room was as fine as the parlor. A long table set with white linen, china plates, and silver candlesticks. Amanda had not seen a table like this since before Thomas died, and even then, it had been at a hotel in Wichita, not in a private home. Pratt lived well. Better than a territorial judge's salary would allow, she thought, and tucked the observation away. Supper was roast beef, potatoes, green beans from a jar, and bread that was far better than anything Amanda had managed to produce. The wine was red and came from a bottle with a French label. Pratt poured generously and talked easily, guiding the conversation like a man conducting an orchestra. He asked Doc Hadley about his patients. He asked Tom Garrett about his cattle. He asked Ross about the storm damage and whether the far pastures had held up. And he asked Amanda about Philadelphia. I understand you were a teacher before coming west, Pratt said, cutting his beef with precise, unhurried strokes. What subject did you teach? Amanda felt Ross stiffen beside her. He knew, of course, that she had never been a teacher and had never been to Philadelphia. But Pratt did not know that. As far as anyone in Harrow Creek was aware, she was still Eliza Harper. Reading and arithmetic, she said. To younger children, mostly. It was rewarding work, but I was ready for a change. A change indeed, Pratt said with a chuckle. From a Philadelphia schoolroom to a Montana cattle ranch. That is quite a leap of faith. I have always believed that faith is wasted if it is not tested, Amanda said. Pratt raised his glass to her. Well said. I could not agree more. His eyes held hers for a moment, and Amanda felt the same cold prickle she had felt at the church. There was something behind those eyes, something watchful and calculating, that his pleasant manner could not quite hide. The conversation moved on. Doc Hadley told a story about a mule that ate a hat. Louise Garrett complained about the price of flour. Ross said very little, but Amanda could feel him beside her, alert and watchful, his attention divided between the table talk and whatever was running through his mind. After supper, Pratt invited the men to his study for cigars and brandy. The women were directed to the parlor. Amanda went with them, and she sat on the velvet settee and listened to Iris Hadley talk about her roses, and she waited. It took 20 minutes. Would you excuse me? Amanda said, rising. I need to find the retiring room. Down the hall, second door on the left, Iris said helpfully. Amanda went down the hall. She passed the retiring room and kept walking. The house was larger than it looked from outside, with rooms opening off a central corridor that ran from front to back. She moved quickly, her footsteps soft on the carpet, her ears tuned for the sound of voices or opening doors. Pratt's study was at the end of the hall. She knew it because the door was ajar, and she could hear the low murmur of male voices and smell cigar smoke. The men were in there. She could not go in. But there was another room beside it, smaller, with the door closed. Amanda tried the handle. It turned. She slipped inside and closed the door behind her. It was an office of some kind, a secondary workspace. There was a desk, smaller than the one she imagined was in the study, with papers stacked on it. A bookcase along one wall. A map tacked to the opposite wall, and Amanda's breath caught when she saw it. It was a survey map of Montana Territory. Larger and more detailed than the one Thomas had made, but covering the same area. There were markings on it in red ink, circles around certain sections, lines connecting them, numbers written in a neat, precise hand. Amanda stepped closer and read the section numbers. 14, 22, 31. The same sections Thomas had identified. The same parcels of land that had been stolen through forged surveys and fraudulent claims. And here they were, circled in red on a map hanging in Judge Cornelius Pratt's house. Amanda's hands were shaking. She pressed them flat against her skirt and forced herself to breathe. She needed more. The map was evidence, but it was not proof. Pratt could claim it was part of his official duties as a territorial magistrate. He could say he was investigating the fraud, not perpetrating it. She turned to the desk. The papers on top were mundane: correspondence, receipts, a catalog from a furniture company in St. Louis. She lifted them carefully and looked beneath. There was a leather folder, dark brown, tied with a cord. She untied it and opened it. Inside were land transfer documents. 6 of them, each bearing an official territorial seal and a signature at the bottom. The signature read, C. Pratt, Territorial Magistrate, Northwest District. Amanda flipped through them. Each document transferred ownership of a section of land from the United States government to a private citizen. The names of the citizens were ones she did not recognize. But the section numbers matched Thomas's ledger exactly. And the dates of the transfers were after the dates Thomas had filed his original, accurate surveys. Someone had changed the surveys. Then Pratt had approved the transfers based on the changed surveys. The stolen land had been signed over to phantom owners, who would then sell it to real buyers for profit. And Pratt had made it all legal with his signature and his seal. Amanda memorized what she could. The names, the dates, the section numbers. She did not take any papers. That would have been noticed. She closed the folder, retied the cord, replaced the stack of correspondence on top of it, and straightened everything the way she had found it. Then she heard footsteps in the hall. She froze. The footsteps were heavy, measured, coming closer. A man's stride. She looked around the room. There was nowhere to hide except behind the door, and if whoever it was opened the door fully, she would be exposed. The footsteps stopped outside. Amanda held her breath. A voice said, "Cornelius, where did you put the brandy decanter?" "The one from the sideboard." It was Doc Hadley, calling down the hall. The footsteps turned and moved away. Amanda heard Pratt's voice, distant, answering something she could not make out. She counted to 10, then opened the door and slipped back into the hallway. She walked calmly to the retiring room, went inside, and stood with her back against the door, breathing hard. Her reflection stared at her from a small mirror on the wall. Her face was flushed, and there was a brightness in her eyes that looked like fever. She had what she needed. Not the papers themselves, but knowledge of where they were and what they said. Combined with Thomas's ledger, it was enough. Enough to take to a marshal. Enough to bring Pratt down. She splashed water on her face, patted it dry, and went back to the parlor, where Iris Hadley was still talking about her roses. On the ride home, the wagon rocked over the frozen road, and the stars burned cold and bright above them. Amanda waited until they were clear of town before she spoke. "It is Pratt," she said. Ross did not turn his head. His hands were steady on the reins. "What did you say?" "Judge Cornelius Pratt. He is the one. He is the territorial magistrate who signed off on the forged land transfers. Thomas identified him in his notes, and tonight I saw the proof. He has a map in his office with the same sections marked that Thomas traced. And he has the original transfer documents, signed with his own name and sealed with his own seal." The silence that followed was the longest Amanda had ever endured. The wagon creaked. The horses clopped along the road. The mountains stood black against the stars, and the cold pressed in from every side. "Pratt," Ross said at last. His voice was flat. Not angry. Not disbelieving. Just flat, the way a voice goes when the mind behind it is processing something too large to feel all at once. "I know what he means to this town," Amanda said. "I know he helped your father. I know he is respected and trusted, and I know how this sounds, coming from me, a woman who lied about her name, accusing the most important man in Harrow Creek of being a criminal. I know how it sounds, Ross." "You have known about this for a while," he said. It was not a question. "You suspected him before tonight." Thomas wrote his name in the ledger. "C. Pratt. I saw it the first week I was here. But I did not have proof. A name in a notebook written by a dead man is not enough to bring down a judge. I needed to see it for myself. So tonight, when you excused yourself from the parlor, I went through his office. The room next to his study. The documents are there, Ross. The land transfers, the section numbers, all of it. It matches Thomas's records exactly." Ross pulled the wagon to a stop. They were on the open road, halfway between town and the ranch, with nothing around them but dark land and cold sky. He sat with the reins slack in his hands and stared straight ahead. "My father was going to lose this ranch," he said. His voice was quiet, almost toneless. 15 years ago. We had a drought that killed half the herd and a bank in Silver Falls that was calling in loans. Pratt stepped in. He arranged a new loan, deferred the interest, kept us afloat. My father shook his hand and called him a friend and never forgot it. When Pratt needed character witnesses for his magistrate appointment, my father was first in line. Amanda said nothing. She let him talk. "I grew up thinking that man was the best of us. The one who held this town together. And now you are telling me he is a thief and a fraud, and that the men who killed your husband are working for him. Yes, Amanda said. That is what I am telling you. Ross turned to look at her. In the starlight, his face was all angles and shadow, and she could not read his expression. She braced herself for disbelief. For anger. For the hard, closed look that had followed her confession weeks ago. Instead, he said, I believe you. The words were simple, and he said them simply, without fanfare. But they hit Amanda with a force that surprised her. Her eyes stung, and she had to look away, out at the dark land, so that he would not see. Thank you, she said. Do not thank me. I should have believed you sooner. I should have seen it myself. He gathered the reins and clicked the horses forward. Hank was right about one thing. I spend too much time waiting and not enough time looking. That ends now. What do you want to do? I want to ride into town and drag that man out of his fine house by the collar of his fine suit and make him answer for what he has done. Ross's jaw tightened. But I am not going to do that. Because you are right that we need the law. We need a marshal and proper authority, or he will talk his way out of it the way men like him always do. Helena, Amanda said. The marshal in Helena. Helena, Ross agreed. But not yet. First, we need to get those documents out of his office. Your husband's ledger is one thing, but the originals in Pratt's house are the noose that will hang him. If he destroys them, we have nothing but the word of a dead surveyor and a woman traveling under a false name. He was right, and Amanda knew it. The documents in her satchel were damning, but they were copies, notes, second-hand evidence. The originals in Pratt's office, bearing his own signature and seal, were the proof that could not be denied. We cannot just walk back in and take them, she said. No. But we can plan. And we can be ready. He looked at her again, and this time, in the faint light, she saw something that made her chest ache. It was trust. Not the fragile, conditional kind that had been growing between them in cautious increments. This was something deeper. The trust of a man who had looked at the evidence and made his choice, not because it was easy but because it was right. Together, she said. Together, he said. They drove the rest of the way in silence. But it was not the cold silence of anger or the heavy silence of secrets. It was the silence of two people who had finally arrived at the same place, standing side by side, looking in the same direction. When they reached the ranch, Ross unhitched the horses and led them to the barn. Amanda went inside and lit the lamp and put the kettle on. She stood by the stove and waited for the water to heat, and she listened to the sounds of Ross in the yard, the familiar rhythm of his work, and she thought about what they had just agreed to. They were going to take on a judge. A man with power, with money, with hired killers at his disposal. A man who had already demonstrated his willingness to destroy anyone who threatened his operation. Thomas had tried, and Thomas was dead. But Thomas had been alone. Amanda was not. She heard Ross's boots on the porch. The door opened, and he came in, bringing the cold with him. She handed him a cup of coffee, and their fingers touched, and this time, neither of them pulled away. They stood in the warm kitchen, close enough to feel the heat coming off each other's skin, and the coffee steamed between them, and the lamp threw their shadows long against the wall. We will figure this out, Ross said. I know, Amanda said. He reached out and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. His fingers were warm from the coffee cup, and they lingered for just a moment at her temple, a touch so light it might have been imagined. But it was not imagined. Amanda felt it all the way to her bones. Ross stepped back. He took his coffee and sat down at the table, and Amanda sat across from him, and they began to plan. The lamp burned low, and the night pressed against the windows, and somewhere in the dark, the men who wanted her dead were sleeping in a boarding house in town, unaware that the hunt was about to turn. Amanda looked at the man across the table. Her husband-in-law. Her partner in truth. The man she had deceived and been forgiven by, the man who had chosen her not because he had to but because he wanted to. She was done running. Whatever came next, she would face it here, in this house, beside this man. And God help anyone who tried to take that from her. Chapter 11. The trouble started 3 days after the supper at Pratt's house. Ross found the first fence cut on Monday morning. 3 lengths of wire, snipped clean through with a tool, in the north pasture where the cattle wintered. The cuts were precise, not the work of weather or a clumsy animal. Someone had come onto the property with wire cutters and opened a gap wide enough to drive cattle through. 12 head were missing. The same 12 that Amanda's count had flagged weeks earlier, or close enough that the difference did not matter. The trail led north through the gap and across a stretch of open ground before disappearing on rocky terrain near the base of the mountains. Ross stood at the broken fence with the cut wire in his hand and said nothing. Hank, beside him, spat tobacco juice into the grass and shook his head. "That is not the work of a drifter," Hank said. "A drifter would take 2 or 3 and keep moving. 12 head, driven north on a planned route? That is organized. And expensive," Ross added. "Somebody paid to have this done. Wire cutters, a rider who knows the land, a place to take the cattle where they will not be found. This was not cheap." They repaired the fence and rode the boundary, looking for more cuts. They found 2, one in the east pasture and one near the creek, both recently made, both precise. Whoever was doing this knew the layout of the ranch. They knew which pastures held cattle, which sections were checked regularly, and which were left unattended for days at a time. Ross rode home hard that afternoon. Amanda met him at the door and saw his face and knew without asking that something had gone wrong. "Fence cuts," he said. 3 of them. 12 head gone, maybe more. And there is something else." He pulled off his gloves and tossed them on the table. "Someone has been in the barn." Amanda felt the ground tilt. "What do you mean?" "Tools moved. The forge was used, and I did not use it. There are boot prints in the dust that do not belong to me or Hank." He met her eyes. "Someone has been coming onto this property at night, Amanda. And it was not just once." She sat down at the table. Her mind was racing, fitting pieces together the way she had been fitting them together for weeks. The missing cattle. The inflated feed prices. The property tax error. And now this, direct sabotage, physical trespass, a message delivered not in words but in cut wire and stolen livestock. "Pratt," she said. Ross nodded. He sat down across from her, his hands flat on the table, and she could see the anger in him, held down tight the way he held everything tight, controlled and compressed like a coiled spring. "He is squeezing us," Ross said. "He has been doing it for months, maybe longer. The feed prices, the tax assessment, the missing cattle. It was all so small that I never saw the pattern. But now the fence cuts, the trespassing, he is not being subtle anymore." "Because he knows," Amanda said. "Or he suspects. He saw something at the supper, or one of his men told him something. He knows I am looking, and he is sending a message. Or he is trying to drive us out. If the ranch fails, if I cannot keep up with the losses, I will have to sell. And who do you think will be first in line to buy?" Amanda looked at him. The answer was obvious. Pratt. The man who had saved the ranch 15 years ago would now be the man who took it. And with it, any reason for Ross and Amanda to stay in Harrow Creek. No ranch, no home, no reason to be in the territory where Pratt's operation was centered. The problem would solve itself, neatly and legally, without a single shot fired. "We cannot let that happen," Amanda said. "It will not happen." Ross's voice was steady, but there was iron in it. "This is my land. My father's land. No one is taking it from me, not Pratt, not anyone." He stood and went to the gun cabinet in the sitting room. He took out his rifle, checked it, loaded it, and set it by the kitchen door. Then he took out a second rifle, an older one that had been his father's, and he loaded that one too. "Can you shoot?" he asked Amanda. "Thomas taught me. I am not an expert, but I can hit what I aim at if it is not too far away." Ross handed her the older rifle. Their hands met on the stock, and for a moment, they both held it, looking at each other across the length of the weapon. "I hope you will not need it," he said. "So do I." That night, Ross did not go to his room. He sat in the kitchen with the lamp turned low and the rifle across his knees, watching the yard through the window. Amanda sat with him for a while, but he told her to go to bed, and she could see that he needed to keep watch alone, the way a man needs to stand guard over what is his. She went upstairs but did not sleep. She lay in the dark with the old rifle beside the bed and listened to the sounds of the night. The wind. The horses. The creek. And beneath it all, the heavy, watchful silence of a man sitting downstairs with a gun, waiting for trouble. Nothing happened that night. Or the next. On the third night, Amanda woke to a sound that did not belong. It was a soft sound, almost nothing. A scrape, a creak, the kind of noise a house makes when it settles. But Amanda had been living in this house for weeks, and she knew its sounds the way she knew her own breathing. This was not the house settling. This was something outside. She got out of bed and went to the window. The yard was dark. The moon was behind clouds, and the only light came from the lamp in the kitchen, which Ross had left burning, a dim orange glow behind the curtain. Then she saw it. A flicker of light near the barn. Not a lamp. Something smaller, warmer, and wrong. Fire. Amanda grabbed the rifle and ran downstairs. Ross was already on his feet, already moving. He had seen it too. "Stay here," he said, pulling on his boots. No. She was behind him, boots on, coat over her nightgown, the rifle in her hands. "I am coming with you." He looked at her, and whatever he saw in her face told him that arguing would waste time they did not have. He nodded once and threw open the kitchen door. The fire was in the hay barn, the smaller of the two outbuildings, where they stored winter feed. It had started in the back corner, and it was growing fast, orange flames licking up the dry timber walls and catching on the hay bales stacked inside. The heat hit Amanda's face from 20 feet away. Ross ran for the pump. Amanda ran for the barn door. The horses in the main barn were screaming, panicked by the smoke and the light. She could hear Penny kicking at her stall, and the other two horses slamming their bodies against the walls. She wrenched open the main barn door and went inside. The smoke was already seeping through from the hay barn next door, thick and acrid, and the horses were wild with fear. Amanda went to Penny first, unfastening the stall latch with fingers that shook, and the mare burst past her and bolted into the yard. She freed the other two horses the same way, dodging hooves and snapping teeth, and they ran out into the dark, tail streaming. By the time she got outside, Ross and Hank were at the pump, filling buckets. Hank had come running from the bunkhouse in his long underwear, his white hair standing up in every direction, and he worked the pump handle with a fury that belied his age. Ross carried the buckets to the hay barn and threw water on the flames, again and again, his face lit orange by the fire. Amanda joined them. She pumped and carried and threw water until her arms burned and her lungs ached from the smoke. The fire fought them. It had a head start, and the hay was dry, and the wind was pushing the flames toward the main barn. For 20 minutes, it was a battle, and Amanda was not sure they were winning. Then the wind shifted. It came around from the north, pushing the fire back on itself, away from the main barn. Ross pressed the advantage, concentrating the water on the corner where the fire had started, and slowly, grudgingly, the flames began to die. The hay barn was lost, half its structure blackened and collapsed, but the main barn held. The house held. The animals were safe. Ross stood in the yard with an empty bucket in his hand, breathing hard, his face and shirt streaked with soot. Hank leaned on the pump, coughing. Amanda sat on the ground where her legs had given out, and she looked at the smoking ruin of the hay barn and felt a rage so pure it was almost calm. "That was set," she said. Her voice was hoarse from the smoke. "Deliberately set." "I know," Ross said. Hank straightened up and walked to the remains of the barn. He poked through the rubble for a moment, then came back holding something, a glass bottle, blackened by fire, with a rag stuffed into the neck. "Kerosene," Hank said. "Somebody made a firebomb and threw it through the back wall." He handed it to Ross. This was not a warning, Ross. This was an attack. Ross held the bottle and stared at it. His jaw was set so hard that Amanda could see the muscles working under his skin. He turned to look at her, and in the firelight, his eyes were not brown or hazel or any color she could name. They were the color of a decision being made. Tomorrow, he said. We go to Helena. But the next day brought something worse. Amanda went to the root cellar in the morning, the way she always did, to check on the satchel. She had moved it from under the floorboards to the root cellar 2 weeks ago, hidden inside the lining of a flour sack on the lowest shelf. It was a better hiding place, she had thought. No one would think to look inside a flour sack. The flour sack was where she had left it. But when she reached inside and felt for the satchel, her fingers met only flour. She dug deeper. She pulled the sack off the shelf and emptied it on the cellar floor, white powder billowing around her, coating her dress and her hands and her hair. She searched the shelf, the floor, every corner of the cellar. The satchel was gone. Amanda stood in the root cellar with flour on her hands and her heart hammering against her ribs. Someone had been in the cellar. Someone had known, or guessed, or searched until they found it. The documents, the ledger, the letters, the map. All of it. Gone. She felt the ground open beneath her. Months of running, weeks of hiding, the entire case Thomas had built with his life. Gone. Then she remembered. 3 pages. She had removed 3 pages from the ledger before she moved it to the cellar. The most damning pages, the ones that listed the names, the section numbers, and the amounts of money that had changed hands. She had hidden them separately, folded into a sealed envelope that she had given to Martha Bowen for safekeeping. It was not everything. But it was something. It was the spine of the case, the core of the evidence, and it was in the hands of a woman who had looked Amanda in the eye and promised to keep it safe. Amanda climbed out of the cellar, brushed the flour from her dress, and went to find Ross. He was in the barn, examining the damage from the fire by daylight. When she told him, his face went still and hard, the face of a man who had absorbed one blow too many and was past the point of flinching. When? He asked. Last night. During the fire. That is why they said it. Not to burn us out. To draw us away from the house long enough to search it. Ross closed his eyes. When he opened them, the decision she had seen forming the night before was complete. The fire was a distraction, he said. Bannon said it, or Slade did, while the other one went through the house. They knew where to look, which means someone told them. He paused. Pratt. Pratt, Amanda agreed. He was at that supper. He saw your face when you came back from the retiring room. He may not have known exactly what you found, but he knew you found something. And then he sent his men to take back what they could. Amanda nodded. The logic was cold and clear, and it left no room for doubt. Pratt had been a step ahead of them from the beginning. He had watched, waited, and moved at the precise moment that would do the most damage. But he did not know about the 3 pages at Martha's store. He could not know. That was the one piece Amanda had kept hidden even from Ross, not out of distrust but out of an instinct so deep it was almost unconscious. Thomas had taught her that. Always keep something back. Always have one card that no one knows about. The documents are not all gone, she told Ross. I saved the most important pages. They are somewhere safe, outside this house. Ross looked at her. Where? Martha Bowen has them. Sealed in an envelope. I gave them to her weeks ago, in case something happened to me. For the first time in what felt like days, something crossed Ross's face that was not anger or worry. It was admiration. You planned for this, he said. Thomas taught me to plan for the worst. It was the last useful thing he ever taught me. Ross reached out and took her hand. He held it firmly, the way a man holds onto something he is afraid of losing. His hand was rough with calluses and warm despite the cold morning, and Amanda held on and did not let go. We ride to Helena tomorrow, he said. First thing. We take what we have, and we put it in front of the marshal, and we let the law do what the law is supposed to do. But tonight, we do not sleep. We watch. Both of us. Both of us, Amanda agreed. He let go of her hand. She felt the absence of it immediately, like stepping out of the sun into shade. But his eyes held hers, and in them, she saw something that had not been there before. Not just trust. Not just partnership. Resolve. The deep, unshakable kind that a man reaches when he has decided what matters and is willing to fight for it. Amanda looked at Ross Kilner, and she knew, with a certainty that went beyond reason, that this man would not let her fall. Whatever came next, whatever Pratt sent their way, Ross would stand between her and the darkness. Not because she was weak. Because that was who he was. She turned and walked back to the house to begin preparing for the journey. Behind her, Ross watched her go, and the morning sun caught the flowers still dusted in her dark hair, and it shone like silver. Chapter 12. They did not make it to Helena. The road out of Harrow Creek ran northwest through a narrow pass between two ridges before dropping into the valley that led to the territorial capital. It was the only route, unless you wanted to add 3 days to the journey by going south through Silver Falls and coming around the long way. In good weather, the pass was easy. In winter, it was treacherous. And on the morning that Ross and Amanda set out, a rider met them at the pass and told them it was closed. The rider was Tom Garrett, the rancher they had met at Pratt's supper. He sat his horse in the middle of the road with snow on his hat and worry on his face. "Avalanche," he said. "Came down last night. The whole north face slid into the pass. Must be 30 feet of snow and rock blocking the road. Nobody is getting through until spring, or until someone organizes a dig crew, which amounts to the same thing." Ross sat on his horse and looked at the wall of snow and debris that filled the pass like a stopper in a bottle. Amanda sat beside him on Penny, the sealed envelope from Martha Bowen inside her coat, pressed against her ribs. "How long?" Ross asked. "Weeks," Garrett said. "Maybe a month. Depends on the weather." They rode back to Harrow Creek in silence. Amanda felt the noose tighten with every step of the horses. The pass was closed. Helena was unreachable. They were trapped in Harrow Creek with Pratt and Bannon and whatever was coming next. She did not believe in coincidences. An avalanche, on the same night they decided to ride for help? It was possible. Nature did not consult with criminals before it sent a mountainside into a road. But the timing was too perfect, too convenient, and Amanda had stopped trusting convenience months ago. Could someone have triggered it? She asked Ross as they turned the horses toward home. He was quiet for a moment. Maybe. Dynamite, in the right place on an unstable slope. It has been done before, in mining country. But it would take someone who knew what they were doing. Bannon was a miner before he became whatever he is now, Amanda said. Thomas's notes mention it. He worked the silver mines in Nevada before he went into other work. Ross said nothing. He did not need to. The conclusion drew itself. Back at the ranch, they regrouped. Hank listened to the news with his arms folded and his jaw working on a plug of tobacco, which was his way of thinking hard. "South through Silver Falls," Hank said. "We go around." "That adds 5 days to the journey," Ross said. "And it takes us through open country where we would be easy to follow. If Pratt knows we are trying to reach Helena, and we have to assume he does, he will have the southern route watched. So, we are boxed in," Hank said. "For now." Amanda stood by the window, looking out at the yard. The sky was heavy and gray, threatening more snow. The mountains that had once seemed beautiful to her now looked like the walls of a prison. "There is another option," she said. "We do not go to Helena. We bring Helena to us." Both men looked at her. "A letter," she said. "Sent by a route Pratt would not expect. Not through the Harrow Creek post office, because the postmaster is loyal to Pratt. But Martha Bowen knows people. Freight drivers, peddlers, people who move between towns without using the main roads. If we can get a letter to the Marshal and Helena by another means, we can ask them to send someone here. Ross considered this. It would take time. Everything takes time. But a letter is harder to intercept than two people on horseback. And in the meantime, we are here, where we can watch Pratt and gather more evidence. And where Pratt can watch us, Hank pointed out. Yes, Amanda said. But that cuts both ways. He does not know about the pages at Martha's store. He thinks the documents are gone, that his men got everything when they took the satchel. As far as he is concerned, we have nothing. Let him believe that. Let him think we are beaten. Hank looked at Ross. Ross looked at Amanda. There was a long, considering silence, the kind that fills a room when people are trying to find the flaw in a plan and cannot. All right, Ross said. We do it your way. But we need Martha. I will ride to town this afternoon, Amanda said. Not alone. Ross's voice was firm, leaving no room for argument. I will go with you. Martha Bowen listened to everything they told her without interrupting. She stood behind the counter of her store with her arms folded and her blue eyes sharp, and she took it all in, the documents, the fire, the stolen satchel, the closed pass, Pratt's involvement in the land fraud, the connection to Bannon and Slade. When they finished, she was quiet for a moment. Then she reached under the counter and pulled out the sealed envelope Amanda had given her again, just days before. It is here, she said. Still untouched. I keep it in the safe with the store receipts. She set it on the counter and looked at Amanda. I always figured there was more to this than you let on. I did not figure it would be this much more. I am sorry for putting you in this position, Amanda said. Martha waved this away with the brisk efficiency of a woman who had run a general store on the frontier for 20 years and was not about to start worrying now. You did not put me anywhere I did not choose to be. I offered to help, and I meant it. Now tell me what you need. A way to get a letter to Helena without going through the post office. Martha thought about it. She drummed her fingers on the counter, a quick, percussive rhythm. There is a freight driver named Cal Jessup who runs goods between Silver Falls and the capital. He does not come through Harrow Creek. He takes the southern route, through the mining camps. But I know where he stops, and I know his schedule. If I can get a letter to him, he will carry it to Helena. He is honest. He owes me a favor from years back, and he is not the kind of man who asks questions about other people's business. How long? Ross asked. To get the letter to Cal, 2 or 3 days. Then another 4 or 5 for him to reach Helena. And then, however long it takes the marshal to act. We are looking at 2 weeks, maybe 3. 2 or 3 weeks. It felt like an eternity. But it was a plan, and it was real, and it was the best they had. Ross wrote the letter that evening, at the kitchen table, with Amanda beside him helping with the details. He wrote it to the U.S. Marshal for Montana Territory, laying out the accusations clearly and plainly. He named Pratt. He named Bannon and Slade. He described the land fraud, referenced the documents, and offered to provide the original evidence upon the Marshal's arrival. He signed it with his full name and the address of the ranch. Amanda watched him write. His handwriting was like the man himself, steady, direct, no wasted strokes. When he finished, he set down the pen and read it through once, then folded it and sealed it with wax. If this works, he said, Pratt will be arrested, and those men will go with him. If it does not work. He did not finish the sentence. It will work, Amanda said. She put her hand on his arm. She could feel the tension in him, the muscles tight beneath his sleeve. It has to. He covered her hand with his. They sat like that for a moment, his hand warm over hers on his arm, the letter on the table between them, the lamp burning steady in the quiet kitchen. Amanda, he said. His voice was low. Whatever happens. I want you to know something. She looked at him. His face was close to hers, closer than it had been since the night of the storm when he caught her on the porch steps. His eyes were serious and steady, and there was something in them that made her breath catch. "I am glad you came here," he said. "I am glad you walked off that stagecoach and grabbed my arm and asked me to marry you before I even knew your name. I am glad for all of it. The lies, the trouble, the burned biscuits, all of it. Because it brought you here. And I would not trade that for anything." Amanda felt the tears come, and this time she did not fight them. They slid down her cheeks, warm and silent, and she did not look away from him. "I am glad too," she whispered. Ross lifted his hand from hers and touched her face. His thumb traced the line of her cheekbone, catching a tear and brushing it away. His hand was rough and warm against her skin, and she leaned into it, the way Penny leaned into a kind touch, the way any creature leans toward warmth when it has been cold for too long. He leaned forward and kissed her. It was not the kind of kiss she had read about in novels, dramatic and sweeping and all-consuming. It was gentle. Brief. His lips were warm and slightly chapped, and they pressed against hers for only a moment before he pulled back. But in that moment, Amanda felt something shift inside her, something fundamental, like a key turning in a lock she had thought was rusted shut. Ross pulled back and looked at her, and she could see that he was as surprised as she was. Not by the kiss itself, but by what it meant. What it changed. "I should not have done that," he said. But he did not look sorry. "Yes, you should have," Amanda said. He smiled. A real smile, full and unguarded, the kind she had never seen from him before. It changed his whole face, made him look younger, less burdened, more like the man he must have been before Charlotte and grief and solitude had carved him down to bone and duty. "All right," he said. "Then I will not apologize for it." "Good. Do not." They sat in the lamplight and looked at each other, and the letter lay on the table, and the night pressed against the windows, and somewhere out in the dark, the men who wanted to destroy them were making their own plans. But in this room, in this moment, none of that mattered. What mattered was the warmth between them, fragile and new and fierce, like the first fire of spring after a long, hard winter. Amanda took the letter. Tomorrow, it would go to Martha, and Martha would send it on its way, and then the waiting would begin. 2 weeks. Maybe 3. An eternity, and no time at all. She looked at Ross. He was watching her with an expression she was only now learning to read, tenderness held in check by caution, hope tempered by hard experience, love that did not yet have the confidence to call itself by name. "We should get some sleep," she said. "Tomorrow is a long day." "Every day is a long day on a ranch," he said. But he was still smiling. They went upstairs together. At the top of the stairs, in the dark hallway between their 2 doors, Ross stopped. Amanda stopped. They stood facing each other in the near darkness, and the space between them was very small. "Good night, Amanda," he said. "Good night, Ross." He went to his door. She went to hers. They closed them at the same time, and Amanda stood in her room and pressed her fingers to her lips, where the warmth of his kiss still lingered. She got into bed and lay in the dark and listened to the house settle around her. In the room down the hall, she could hear Ross moving, the creak of the cot, the sound of his boots being set on the floor. Then silence. For the first time since she had come to Harrow Creek, Amanda did not lie awake. She closed her eyes, and the last thing she thought of was not the documents or Pratt or the men who wanted her dead. It was the feeling of Ross's hand on her face, and the way his smile had changed him, and the sound of her real name in his mouth. She slept soundly, deeply, dreamlessly. In the morning, there would be plans to make and dangers to face and a letter to send that might save them or might arrive too late. But for now, there was only the quiet house and the snow outside and the knowledge that she was not alone, and that the man in the room down the hall had kissed her and meant it. It was enough. For now, it was enough. Chapter 13. The letter went out on a Tuesday. Martha Bowen handed it to a peddler she trusted, a weathered old man with a mule cart who made the rounds of the mining camps south of Harrow Creek. He would pass it to Cal Jessup at the Silver Falls Freight Depot, and Jessup would carry it to Helena. 2 weeks, Martha had estimated. Maybe 3. Amanda counted the days the way a prisoner counts marks on a wall. The first week passed without incident. The weather held cold and clear, and the ranch settled into a fragile calm. Ross mended the hay barn as best he could, salvaging what timber was sound and boarding up the rest. Hank rode the fence line morning and evening, reporting nothing. The cattle were accounted for, or what remained of them. The horses were fed, the chickens were sometimes laying in the cold weather, and the winter stores, though diminished by the fire, were enough to see them through if they were careful. Amanda kept the house and kept the accounts and kept watching. She watched the road from the kitchen window. She watched the ridge line from the bedroom. She watched Ross's face across the table each evening, looking for signs that the weight of it all was becoming too much. If it was, he did not show it. He worked. He planned. He sat with her by the fire in the evenings and talked about what they would do when the marshal came. They would present the evidence. They would testify. They would name Pratt and Bannon and Slade and let the law sort out the rest. It sounded simple when he said it, the way hard things sometimes sound simple when spoken aloud by a man with a steady voice. But Amanda could see the toll it was taking. Ross slept less. He ate less. He checked the windows and the doors more often, and he kept the rifle within reach at all times, even when he sat by the fire. The easy warmth that had followed their kiss had not disappeared, but it had been pushed to the margins by the waiting, the watching, and the low, constant hum of danger. They had not kissed again. Amanda did not know whether that was because Ross was being careful or because the moment had passed, overtaken by bigger concerns. She tried not to think about it. She had spent too many years learning not to want things she could not have, and she was afraid that if she reached for this one, it would slip through her fingers like water. So she waited. And she watched. And on the 8th day, something broke. It started with a visit from Judge Pratt. He rode up to the ranch in the middle of the afternoon, alone, on a gray horse with a silver-studded bridle. He wore his good coat and his polished boots, and he sat his horse with the ease of a man who was accustomed to arriving where he pleased and being welcomed. Ross was in the barn. Amanda was in the kitchen. She saw Pratt through the window and felt her blood go cold. She wiped her hands on her apron and went to the door. She did not open it. She stood behind it and listened as Pratt dismounted, his boots crunching on the frozen ground, and called out a greeting. "Ross? Mrs. Kilner? It is Cornelius Pratt. I hope I am not intruding." Ross came out of the barn. Amanda could hear his voice, guarded but civil, exchanging pleasantries. She opened the door and stepped onto the porch. Pratt smiled when he saw her. It was the same warm, calculated smile he had worn at the supper party, the smile that did not reach his eyes. "Mrs. Kilner. I heard about the fire. Terrible business. I wanted to come by and see if there is anything I can do to help. A neighbor's duty, as I see it." "That is very kind of you, Judge," Amanda said. Her voice was steady. Her hands, hidden in the folds of her apron, were not. "May I come in? I have a proposition for Ross that I think you will both want to hear." Ross looked at Amanda. She gave the smallest nod. They needed to hear what Pratt had to say. They needed to know what he was planning. They sat at the kitchen table, the three of them, with coffee that Amanda poured and did not drink. Pratt wrapped his hands around his cup and looked around the kitchen with the appraising eye of a man calculating the value of everything he saw. "I will come straight to the point," Pratt said. "I know the ranch has been struggling. The fire, the lost cattle, the cost of winter feed. These things add up, and I do not imagine your reserves are what they once were." Ross said nothing. His face was a wall. "I have a proposal," Pratt continued. "I would like to buy the north pasture. 80 acres, more or less. I will pay a fair price, well above market value, and the money would see you through the winter and into spring with room to spare. You would keep the house, the barn, the main herd. You would simply be selling a piece of land that, frankly, is more trouble than it is worth to maintain. The north pasture. The section of the ranch where the fence had been cut. The section where the cattle had been driven off. The section that bordered Pratt's own holdings to the north. Amanda felt something click into place, cold and precise, like the cylinder of a revolver turning. He was not just stealing land through forged surveys. He was also acquiring it piece by piece from ranchers he had bled dry. The fraud and the intimidation were two sides of the same coin, and Harrow Creek was just one of many towns where he was running the scheme. Ross was quiet for a long time. When he spoke, his voice was even and controlled. "I appreciate the offer, Judge. But the north pasture is not for sale." Pratt's smile did not waver. "Of course. I understand. A man's land is sacred to him. But the offer stands, should you change your mind. Winter is long, Ross, and spring is far away. Sometimes the wisest course is the practical one." He set down his cup and rose. "Thank you for the coffee, Mrs. Kilner. You have a fine home here. I would hate to see it come to harm." The words landed like a slap, though they were spoken pleasantly enough. Amanda met his gaze and held it. For a moment, something passed between them, a recognition, a mutual understanding that the masks were slipping and neither of them was fooled. Then Pratt touched the brim of his hat, nodded to Ross, and walked out. They listened to him mount his horse and ride away, the sound of hoofbeats fading into the cold air. Ross sat at the table with his hands flat on the wood, the way he always sat when he was controlling his temper. "He knows," Ross said. "Yes. That visit was not an offer. It was a warning." "Yes." Ross stood. He went to the window and looked out at the road where Pratt had disappeared. His shoulders were tight, and his jaw was set, and Amanda could see the battle going on inside him, the desire to act warring with the need to wait. "How long until the letter reaches Helena?" he asked. "Another week, at least. Maybe more. We may not have a week." Amanda came to stand beside him at the window. Outside, the yard was empty. The mountains stood white and indifferent against the sky. The world looked peaceful, but it was not. It was a trap with a smiling face. "Then we need to be ready," she said. "For whatever comes next." What came next was something Amanda had not anticipated, because it came from inside her own heart. She lay awake that night, long after Ross had gone to his room, and she thought about Pratt's visit. The warning in his words. The calculating look in his eyes. The way he had said, "would hate to see it come to harm." He was not talking about the house. He was talking about Ross. Pratt would not stop at cutting fences and stealing cattle. He would not stop at burning barns. If the letter reached Helena and the marshal came, Pratt would lose everything, his position, his wealth, his freedom. Men like Pratt did not accept that kind of loss. They fought, and they fought dirty, and the people around them paid the price. Thomas had paid the price. A bullet in the back on a dusty road. Amanda sat up in bed. The thought was so sharp, so vivid, that it cut through every other consideration like a blade through cloth. Ross was in danger. Real, immediate danger, and it was her fault. She had brought this to his door. She had walked into his life carrying a dead man's secrets and a living man's enemies, and now the man she loved was standing in the path of a bullet meant for her. The man she loved. There it was. No more pretending it was gratitude or respect or the simple comfort of companionship. She loved Ross Kilner. She loved his quiet strength and his stubborn honor and the way he smiled when he forgot to be careful. She loved the rough kindness of his hands and the steady sound of his voice and the home he had built from his father's labor and his mother's hope. She loved him, and she was going to get him killed. The decision formed itself in the dark, complete and terrible. She would leave, by whatever route she could find. South through Silver Falls, through the mining camps, through wild country if she had to. She would draw Bannon and Slade away from Harrow Creek and away from Ross. She would get the documents to Helena herself or die trying. It was the right thing to do. It was the only thing to do. And it was the hardest thing she had ever done, harder even than leaving Wichita, because this time she was not running from something. She was running from someone she wanted to stay with more than she had ever wanted anything. She got out of bed. She dressed in the dark, moving quietly, pulling on her warmest clothes and her sturdiest boots. She packed her carpetbag with what little she had. She took the old rifle from beside the bed, because the road ahead was long and she would need it. Then she sat at the small writing desk that Ross kept in the corner of his office and wrote a letter. She wrote it by the light of a single candle, bending close to the paper, her pen moving quickly. She did not have time to choose her words carefully, so she chose them honestly instead. Dear Ross. By the time you read this, I will be gone. Please do not come after me. Please do not try to find me. I am doing this because it is the only way to keep you safe, and keeping you safe matters more to me than anything else in this world. You asked me once if I was in danger. The truth is, I have been in danger since the day Thomas died. But the worst truth is that I have put you in danger too, and I cannot live with that. Pratt will not stop. You know that as well as I do. And if he cannot get what he wants from me, he will take it from you, and I will not let that happen. I am going to Helena. I will find the marshal and put the evidence in his hands and see this finished, one way or another. If I succeed, Pratt will be arrested and you will be safe, and that will be enough for me even if I never see you again. I want you to know that the time I spent in your house was the happiest I have known since Thomas died. You gave me a home when I had none. You gave me your name when mine was too dangerous to keep. You gave me your trust when I had done nothing to earn it, and then you gave it again when I had done everything to lose it. I do not deserve you, Ross Kilner. But I love you. I have loved you since the night you talked about the stars, and I will love you long after I have gone. Please forgive me for leaving. It is the last lie I will ever tell you, because I told you we would face this together, and I am breaking that promise. But some promises have to be broken to keep the ones that matter more. Yours, always. Amanda. She folded the letter and tucked it under his pillow, in the room down the hall. She stood over the narrow cot where he slept and looked at him in the darkness. He was on his side, one arm under the pillow, his face relaxed in sleep in a way it never was when he was awake. He looked younger. He looked at peace. She reached out and touched his hair, so lightly that he did not stir. Just once. Just to remember the feeling of it. Then she picked up her carpetbag and the rifle and went downstairs. She took the key to the back door from the hook by the stove. She let herself out into the cold dark and pulled the door shut behind her. The yard was still. The stars were hard and bright above her, and the snow crunched under her boots, and the mountains were black shapes against a blacker sky. She went to the barn and saddled Penny, working by feel in the dark, her fingers clumsy with cold and grief. The mare was patient, as always, standing still while Amanda tightened the cinch and fastened the carpetbag behind the saddle. She led Penny out of the barn and mounted. The road stretched ahead of her, a pale line in the darkness, leading south toward Silver Falls and the long way around to Helena. She did not look back at the house. If she looked back, she would not go. She touched her heels to Penny's sides and rode into the dark. She got 2 miles. They were waiting for her on the road, at the place where it passed between 2 stands of pine, a narrow stretch with no room to turn and no way to see what was ahead until you were in the middle of it. Bannon was on the left, leaning against a tree with his arms folded, as though he had been waiting for hours and was in no hurry. Slade was on the right, sitting on a boulder, his heavy shoulders hunched against the cold. Between them, across the road, a rope was strung at chest height. Penny saw the rope before Amanda did and stopped short, throwing her head up and dancing sideways. Amanda pulled the reins tight and reached for the rifle, but Bannon was faster. He stepped forward and caught the bridle, holding the horse still, and Slade moved in from the other side and pulled the rifle from her hands before she could bring it up. "Mrs. Morley," Bannon said. His voice was flat, unhurried, the voice of a man doing a job he was good at. "Or is it Mrs. Kilner now? I lose track of the names." Amanda's heart was beating so hard she could feel it in her teeth. She gripped the saddle horn and looked down at Bannon's face, sharp and expressionless in the starlight. "What do you want?" she said. "You know what I want. The same thing I have wanted since Wichita. The documents your husband stole. You already took the satchel. You took everything." Bannon shook his head slowly. "Not everything. Judge Pratt is a thorough man, Mrs. Morley. He examined what we brought him, and he tells me that certain pages are missing. The important ones. The ones with names and numbers that could cause a great deal of trouble for a great many people." He tightened his grip on the bridle. "So, I will ask you again. Where are the rest of the documents?" "I do not have them." "No. I do not expect you do. Not on your person, anyway. But you know where they are." He paused. "You can tell me now, on this road, in the cold. Or you can tell me later, somewhere less comfortable. The choice is yours, but the outcome will be the same." Amanda looked at Bannon. She looked at Slade, who was holding her rifle and watching her with his small, flat eyes. She looked at the road behind her, where the ranch was dark and quiet and Ross was sleeping with a letter under his pillow that he had not yet read. She said nothing. Bannon sighed, as though she had disappointed him. "Have it your way." He pulled Penny forward by the bridle and nodded to Slade. "Bring her. We are going to the old mining camp. The judge wants to have a conversation." Slade pulled Amanda from the saddle. She fought him, kicking and twisting, but he was twice her weight and strong as a draft horse, and he pinned her arms behind her back and bound her wrists with a length of rope. He tied her to his horse and mounted, and Bannon led Penny, and they moved off the road and into the trees, heading north, toward the mountains. Amanda stumbled along behind Slade's horse, the rope cutting into her wrists, the carpetbag abandoned on the road where it had fallen. The cold bit into her face and her hands, and the dark pressed in from every side, and she thought about Ross waking in the morning to an empty house and a letter that told him she was gone. She thought about him reading it. She thought about his face. And she thought, with a clarity that was almost peaceful, that Thomas had been right about one thing. Always keep something back. The documents were at Martha's store. Bannon did not know that. Pratt did not know that. And even if they broke her, even if they made her talk, she could hold on long enough for the letter to reach Helena. She could buy time with silence, the way Thomas had tried to buy it with distance. Thomas had not made it. Amanda did not know if she would either. But she would try. She would try because Ross was back there in the house, alive and safe and sleeping, and as long as he was safe, she could endure whatever was coming. The trees closed in around her, and the stars disappeared behind the branches, and the night swallowed her whole. Chapter 14. Ross woke to a house that was too quiet. He knew it before he opened his eyes. There was a quality to the silence that was different from the usual early morning stillness, a hollowness, an absence. He lay on the cot for a moment, listening. No footsteps downstairs. No creak of the stove door. No smell of coffee. No sound of Amanda moving through the kitchen in the cautious, quiet way she had of moving, as though she was always conscious of the space she occupied. He sat up. Something crinkled under his pillow. He reached under it and pulled out a folded piece of paper. He read it once, quickly. Then he read it again, slowly. Then he set it on the cot beside him and pressed both hands over his face, and for a moment, the only sound in the room was his breathing, rough and ragged, the sound a man makes when something inside him has torn loose, and he is trying to hold it in place. She was gone. She had left in the night, alone, to draw the danger away from him. She loved him. She had written it in her own hand, the words plain and clear on the page. "I have loved you since the night you talked about the stars." Ross dropped his hands and stood up. He pulled on his boots and his coat and went downstairs, moving fast, the letter still in his hand. The kitchen was cold. The stove was out. The back door was unlocked. He went to the barn. Penny was gone. Amanda's carpetbag was gone. The old rifle was gone. He stood in the empty barn and felt the panic rise in his chest like floodwater. She was out there, alone, in the cold, with Bannon and Slade somewhere between here and Silver Falls. She had a horse and a rifle and no idea how treacherous the southern road was in winter, how easy it was to lose the trail in the snow, how fast the weather could turn. She had left to protect him. She had sacrificed herself because she thought it was the only way to keep him safe. And she was wrong. She was dead wrong, and she would pay for it with her life if he did not find her. Ross saddled his horse. His hands were shaking, and he could not make them stop. He cinched the girth too tight the first time and had to redo it, cursing under his breath. He loaded his rifle and tied his bedroll behind the saddle and filled his canteen at the pump, and then he went to the bunkhouse and pounded on the door. Hank opened it in his long underwear, blinking and squinting. He took one look at Ross's face and reached for his hat. What happened? Amanda is gone. She left last night. She is trying to reach Helena on her own through Silver Falls. Hank's face hardened. He did not waste time on questions or opinions. He pulled on his clothes and his boots and had his horse saddled in 5 minutes. They rode out together, south, following the road towards Silver Falls. They found her carpetbag before they had gone 3 miles. It was lying in the road, at the edge of a narrow stretch between 2 stands of pine. The contents were scattered: a nightgown, a comb, a change of clothes. Beside the bag, in the dirt and snow, were the marks of horses and boots, churned and confused, the signs of a struggle. Ross dismounted and knelt beside the bag. He picked up the comb. It was tortoiseshell, old and fine, and he had seen Amanda use it every evening, sitting by the fire, pulling it through her dark hair in long, slow strokes. He held it in his hand and felt the world contract to a single, white-hot point. They took her, he said. Hank was already off his horse, reading the ground the way a man reads a book. He moved in a slow circle around the disturbed area, his eyes on the dirt, tracking the story the marks told. 3 horses went north, he said. One of them was Penny. I know her shoes. 2 riders, 1 person on foot, tied to one of the horses. There. He pointed at a line of shallow scuffs in the snow beside the deeper hoofprints. She was walking. They pulled her along. North. Not south toward Silver Falls. North, toward the mountains, away from town, away from the road. Into the high country where the old mining camps were, abandoned and empty and far from any help. Ross put the comb in his pocket and mounted his horse. How far ahead? He asked. Hank studied the tracks. Hours. They moved slow in the dark. We can close the distance, but not quickly. The trail goes into rough country, and we will need to be careful. If they hear us coming, things could go bad for her. Ross nodded. He understood. This was not a charge. It was a hunt. Slow, quiet, deliberate. The kind of tracking Hank had been doing all his life. Lead the way, Ross said. They followed the trail north through the morning. The tracks were clear, 3 horses and the shuffling marks of a person on foot, heading into the foothills. The land rose steadily, the grass giving way to rock and scrub pine, and the wind came down from the peaks with a raw, biting edge. Ross did not speak. He rode beside Hank, his rifle across the saddle, his eyes on the ground and the horizon and everything in between. His mind was ablade. Every thought that was not about finding Amanda had been cut away, pared down to nothing, and what was left was sharp and cold and absolutely clear. He would find her. He would get her back. And then God help the men who had taken her. Hank, who had seen men in this state before and knew better than to interrupt it, rode in silence and kept his eyes on the trail. At midday, they stopped at a creek to water the horses. Hank pointed to a smudge of gray against the sky, barely visible above the tree line to the northwest. Smoke, he said. From a chimney or a campfire. Up near the old Hollister mine, if I had to guess. There is a cabin up there, or there was. Miners used it before the vein played out. How far? 3 miles. Maybe 4. The trail leads straight to it. Hank looked at Ross. What is your plan? Ross stared at the smudge of smoke. His hands were steady on the reins. The shaking was gone, replaced by something harder and more useful. We get as close as we can without being seen. You take the ridge with the rifle. I go in on foot. That is 2 men in there, Ross. Maybe 3, if Pratt is with them. And they have got Amanda. I know what they have got. Hank was quiet for a moment. Then he nodded. All right. But if things go sideways, you hit the ground, because I will be shooting, and I do not plan to miss. They rode on, slower now, keeping to the trees. The trail wound upward through a stand of pine, and the smoke grew more visible with each quarter mile. The cabin appeared through the trees about an hour later, a low, rough structure of logs and stone, with a tin roof and a single chimney from which the smoke rose thin and gray into the white sky. There were 3 horses tied to a rail beside the cabin. One of them was Penny. The sight of the mare, standing patient and still in the cold, hit Ross harder than he expected. That was Amanda's horse. Amanda had ridden her, had talked to her, had calmed her in the barn during the storm. And now Penny was tied to a rail outside a place where Amanda was being held against her will. Ross dismounted and tied his horse in the trees, well back from the clearing. Hank did the same. The ridge, Hank said, pointing to a rocky outcrop above and to the left of the cabin. I can see the front and the south side from there. If anyone comes out, I have a clear shot. Give me 10 minutes to get around to the back. There will be a window or a door on the north side. Miners always built 2 ways out. Hank put his hand on Ross's shoulder. Bring her home, son. Ross looked at the old man, the man who had been a second father to him, who had worked his land and kept his secrets and stayed loyal through everything. He nodded once. Then he took his rifle and moved through the trees toward the cabin, keeping low, keeping quiet, moving the way Hank had taught him to move when he was a boy tracking deer in these same mountains. The pines closed around him. The smoke from the chimney drifted above. And somewhere inside that cabin, Amanda was waiting. He did not know if she was waiting for him or for death. But he was coming, and he would not stop until he found her. The trees thinned near the cabin's north wall. Ross crouched behind a fallen log and studied the building. The north side had 1 window, small and high, with no glass, just a wooden shutter that was propped open a few inches. Below it, a door, rough planks held together with iron strap hinges. It was closed but did not look barred. He could hear voices inside. Bannon's flat monotone. Another voice, deeper, rougher. Slade. And a third voice, one that made Ross's gut tighten with a cold, specific anger. Cornelius Pratt. The judge was there. He could not hear Amanda. The absence of her voice frightened him more than anything else. Ross checked his rifle. He counted his breaths. He looked up at the ridge where Hank would be settling into position, finding his line of sight, resting the barrel of the rifle on a rock. 10 minutes. Hank had asked for 10. Ross had given him 12. He stood up, crossed the clearing in 4 strides, and put his hand on the door. Chapter 15. The door was not barred. It swung inward when Ross pushed it, the hinges groaning, and the inside of the cabin opened before him in a wash of smoke and dim light. It was a single room. A stone fireplace on the far wall, burning low. A table in the center, rough-hewn, with a lantern on it and the remains of a meal. 2 chairs. A cot against the left wall. And in the corner to the right, on the floor, with her back against the wall and her wrists bound in front of her, was Amanda. She was alive. That was the first thing Ross saw, the only thing that mattered in the first half-second. She was alive, and her eyes were open, and when she saw him in the doorway, her face changed in a way that he would remember for the rest of his life. It was not relief. It was not surprise. It was the look of someone who had been holding on to the edge of a cliff by her fingernails and had just felt a hand close around her wrist. Then the room caught up with him. Slade was by the fireplace, half-turned, reaching for a pistol on the mantel. Bannon was at the table, on his feet already, his hand inside his coat. And Judge Cornelius Pratt was standing near the cot, his silver hair immaculate, his coat unbuttoned, holding a glass of whiskey as though he had been in the middle of a pleasant evening and was mildly annoyed by the interruption. Ross brought the rifle up. "Do not," he said. The word filled the room. Slade's hand stopped an inch from the pistol. Bannon's hand stopped inside his coat. Pratt did not move at all, but his eyes went from Ross to the rifle and back again, and something shifted behind them, a recalculation. "Mr. Kilner," Pratt said. His voice was smooth, unruffled. "This is unexpected." "Step away from the fireplace," Ross told Slade. "Slowly. Both hands where I can see them." Slade looked at Bannon. Bannon's face was blank, unreadable, the face of a man who was used to violent situations and was assessing this one the way a card player assesses a hand. His eyes moved to the window on the far wall, measuring the distance. Then they moved to Amanda on the floor. Then back to Ross. "You are one man with one rifle," Bannon said. "There are 3 of us, and the lady is tied up in the corner. Think carefully about your next move, Mr. Kilner." "I have thought carefully. And I am not alone." Ross did not take his eyes off Bannon. "There is a man on the ridge outside with a rifle aimed at the front door. He has been shooting since before you were born, and he does not miss. If anyone comes through that door who is not me or my wife, he will put them down." Bannon's expression did not change, but his eyes flicked to the window. The shutter on the south side was open a crack, and through it, if you looked at the right angle, you could see the rocky outcrop on the ridge where Hank Dawes was settled with his rifle and a clear line of fire. "He is bluffing," Slade said. His voice was thick, nervous. "He is not," said Pratt. The judge set his glass down on the table with a small, precise click. "I know Ross Kilner. He does not bluff. And his foreman is Hank Dawes, who I am told was the best shot in the territory 30 years ago. I see no reason to doubt that he still is." Pratt looked at Ross, and for the first time, the mask was off. The warmth, the charm, the avuncular smile, all of it was gone. What was underneath was cold and hard and sharp, the face of a man who had built an empire on stolen land and broken lives and was not accustomed to being challenged. "What do you want, Ross?" Pratt said. "I want my wife." "Of course you do. And I am prepared to give her to you. In exchange for certain documents that she has hidden somewhere in Harrow Creek. Once I have those, you are both free to go. Leave the territory, start over somewhere else. I will even provide the funds. Consider it a severance, if you like. I am not making deals with you, Pratt. Not today. Not ever. Then we have a problem." Pratt folded his arms. "Because those documents represent a considerable threat to my interests, and I cannot allow them to reach the wrong hands. Your wife has been uncooperative on that subject. I was hoping you might be more reasonable." Ross looked at Amanda. Her face was bruised. There was a mark on her cheek, red and swollen, and a cut on her lower lip. Her dress was torn at the shoulder. They had hit her. They had hurt her, trying to make her talk. Something inside Ross went very still. He had been angry before. He had been angry when Charlotte left, angry when his mother died, angry at the fences and the fire and the lies. But this was different. This was not anger. This was something older and colder, something that lived in the bedrock beneath anger, in the place where a man keeps the things he will not tolerate. "Bannon," Ross said. His voice was quiet. "Take your hand out of your coat. Slowly. If I see a weapon, I will shoot you. That is not a threat. It is a fact." Bannon studied him. Whatever he saw in Ross's face must have been convincing, because he withdrew his hand from his coat, empty, and let it hang at his side. Now untie her. Nobody moved. Untie her, Ross said again, or I will put a bullet in the man nearest to her, and then we will see how your arithmetic changes. Pratt looked at Bannon. Bannon looked at Slade. And Slade, who was nearest to Amanda, took a step backward. For God's sake, Pratt said. He crossed the room, knelt beside Amanda, and untied the rope around her wrists with quick, irritated movements. Amanda pulled her hands free and pressed them against her chest, wincing. Her wrists were raw and red. Come here, Ross said to her. Amanda got to her feet. She was unsteady, and she used the wall to push herself upright. She crossed the room toward Ross, and he saw her flinch as she passed Bannon, her body tightening against the expectation of a blow. But Bannon did not move. He stood with his empty hands at his sides and watched her go. Amanda reached Ross. He shifted the rifle to one hand and put his arm around her, pulling her behind him, putting his body between her and the three men in the room. She gripped the back of his coat, and he could feel her shaking. We are leaving now, Ross said. Anyone who follows us will be shot from the ridge. Anyone who comes to the ranch will be shot on the road. And if any of you set foot in Harrow Creek before the marshal arrives, I will kill you myself. Pratt raised an eyebrow. The marshal? A letter went to Helena 10 days ago. Addressed to the U.S. Marshal for Montana Territory. It names you, Pratt. It names Bannon. It names Slade. It describes the land fraud, the forged surveys, and the murder of Thomas Morley. The evidence is in safe hands, outside your reach. Whatever you do to us, the letter is already there, and there is nothing you can do to call it back. The silence that followed was absolute. Pratt's face did not change, but something went out of it, the way a light goes out when you turn down the wick. The confidence, the control, the certainty that he was the smartest man in the room and always would be. It drained away, and what was left was the face of a man seeing the walls close in. You are lying, Pratt said. But his voice had lost its smoothness. I am not. And you know it. Because if I were lying, I would not be standing here with one rifle and an old man on a ridge. I would be running. The fact that I came for her, alone, in broad daylight, should tell you everything you need to know about how this ends. Pratt stared at him. Bannon stared at him. Slade looked at the floor. Ross backed toward the door, keeping the rifle up, keeping Amanda behind him. He felt her hand on his back, guiding him, and he moved with her, step by step, until they were in the doorway. Then Bannon moved. It was fast. Faster than Ross expected. Bannon's hand went to his boot, where he kept a second weapon, a derringer, small and deadly at close range. He pulled it and brought it up, and the barrel was aimed at Amanda's head. Ross fired. The sound of the rifle in the enclosed space was enormous, a concussion that shook the walls and blew out the lantern on the table. Bannon staggered backward, the derringer falling from his hand, and he sat down hard on the floor with a look of genuine surprise on his sharp face. Ross's bullet had taken him in the shoulder, high and to the right, and blood was spreading across his shirt in a dark, widening stain. Slade lunged for the pistol on the mantel. From outside, from the ridge, there came the sharp crack of a second rifle, and the window on the south side exploded inward, and Slade dropped the pistol and grabbed his arm, howling. Hank's bullet had gone through the window and caught him just above the elbow. Pratt did not move. He stood in the middle of the room with his hands at his sides and the glass of whiskey overturned at his feet, and he looked at the blood on the floor and the broken glass and the two wounded men, and his face was the face of a man watching his empire burn. It is over, Pratt, Ross said. The judge looked at him. For a moment, Amanda thought he might try something. A weapon, a dash for the door, some final desperate play. But Cornelius Pratt was not a man of action. He was a man of schemes and signatures and quiet corruption, and when the schemes collapsed, there was nothing left underneath. So it is, Pratt said quietly. He sat down in the nearest chair and put his hands on the table, palms down, and did not move again. They came out of the cabin into the cold, bright afternoon. Amanda leaned on Ross, and he kept his arm around her, and they walked across the clearing toward the trees where the horses were tied. Behind them, the cabin was silent. Bannon and Slade were in no condition to follow, and Pratt had not moved from his chair. Hank came down from the ridge, rifle in the crook of his arm, his white mustache bristling in the cold. He looked at Amanda, at the bruises on her face and the rope burns on her wrists, and his expression went hard. "You all right?" he asked her. "I will be," she said. He nodded. Then he looked at Ross. "I got one through the window. The big one. He will not be using that arm for a while. Bannon is hit too. Shoulder." Ross's voice was steady, but Amanda could feel the tremor in the arm around her. The aftermath of the adrenaline, the violence, the unbearable minutes when he had stood in that doorway with a rifle and 3 men and the woman he loved in the corner with her hands bound. "I will stay here," Hank said. "Keep an eye on them until help comes. You two get home." "Hank." Ross began. "Go." The old man's voice was gentle but firm. "Take your wife home, Ross. That is an order." Ross looked at him for a long moment. Then he nodded. He helped Amanda onto Penny, who nickered softly when she felt Amanda's weight in the saddle, and he mounted his own horse, and they rode down the mountain together, side by side, through the pines and the snow, toward the road and the ranch and whatever came next. Amanda did not speak. She held Penny's reins in her raw, aching hands and kept her eyes on the trail and breathed in the cold, clean air, and she felt each breath like a gift. She was alive. Ross was alive. The documents were safe. And behind them, in a cabin in the mountains, the man who had ordered her husband's death was sitting at a table with his hands flat on the wood, waiting for the law to come and collect him. It was not justice. Not yet. Justice was in Helena, in the hands of a marshal who might or might not have received their letter. Justice was slow and uncertain and dependent on men in offices making decisions that Amanda could not control. But it was a beginning. And for now, riding down a mountain beside the man she loved, with the sun on her face and the snow bright around her, a beginning was enough. Chapter 16. The marshal came on a Tuesday, 12 days after Ross and Amanda rode down from the mountain. He came with 2 deputies and a federal prosecutor and a wagon for transporting prisoners. His name was Henry Aldridge, and he was a tall, lean man in his 50s with a silver star on his chest and a manner that suggested he had seen everything the territory had to offer and was no longer impressed by any of it. He arrived in Harrow Creek at noon and went directly to the jail, where Bannon and Slade had been held since Hank and a group of ranchers had brought them down from the mining camp 3 days after the confrontation. Bannon's shoulder was bound and splinted. Slade's arm was in a sling. Neither of them had said a word since being locked up. Judge Pratt was not in the jail. He was in his house on the hill, behind closed doors, and he had not been seen in town since the day Ross walked into the cabin with a rifle. The townspeople did not know the full story yet, but they knew enough. They knew the judge's men had kidnapped a woman. They knew Ross Kilner had gone after her. They knew shots had been fired and blood had been spilled, and they knew that the man they had trusted for 20 years was at the center of it. The whispers had already started. They would only grow louder. Marshal Aldridge came to the ranch on the afternoon of his arrival. He sat at the kitchen table, the same table where Pratt had sat and offered to buy the north pasture, and he drank the coffee Amanda poured him, and he listened. Amanda told the story from the beginning. Thomas. The surveys. The fraud. The murder. The documents, the flight, the stolen name, the marriage, the months of hiding and watching and gathering proof. She held nothing back. She laid it all out, every lie she had told and every truth she had uncovered, and the marshal listened with the patient, thorough attention of a man who understood that the details mattered. Ross sat beside her. He did not interrupt. When Amanda faltered, searching for a word or a date, he put his hand on hers under the table, and she steadied and went on. When she finished, Aldridge set down his coffee cup and looked at her with something that might have been respect. "Mrs. Morley," he said. "You have had quite a year." Yes, sir. I have. The documents you mentioned. The pages you left with Mrs. Bowen. I will need those. Of course. Amanda had already retrieved the envelope from Martha. She set it on the table, unsealed it, and spread the 3 pages out before the marshal. The ledger pages, with Thomas's careful handwriting listing names, section numbers, dates, and amounts. The spine of the case. The evidence that Pratt had tried to destroy and failed. Aldridge studied them in silence for several minutes. Then he folded them carefully and placed them in a leather case he carried inside his coat. These, combined with the letter your husband wrote, are sufficient to proceed, he said. I will need to examine the documents in Pratt's office as well, assuming they are still there. And I will need statements from both of you, and from Mr. Dawes, and from Mrs. Bowen, and from anyone else who can corroborate the events you have described. They will cooperate, Ross said. All of them. I expect so. Aldridge stood and put on his hat. I am going to arrest Judge Pratt this afternoon. I would advise you both to stay at the ranch until the matter is settled. These things can get complicated, and I would rather not have to worry about the safety of my key witnesses. He shook Ross's hand. He shook Amanda's hand. And then he left, and they stood in the kitchen doorway and watched him ride back toward town, his 2 deputies flanking him, the silver star on his chest catching the afternoon sun. Amanda leaned against the doorframe. She felt as though a weight she had been carrying for 8 months had been lifted from her shoulders and set down on the ground, and the sudden lightness of it made her dizzy. It is over, she said. Ross put his arm around her. Almost, he said. The law will do its work. It will take time. There will be a trial, and we will both have to testify, and it will not be pleasant. But the hard part is done. She turned to look at him. His face was tired, but the tension that had lived in his jaw for weeks was gone. He looked like a man who had set down a heavy load and could finally stand straight. Ross, she said. There is something I need to say to you. All right. I am sorry. For all of it. The lies, the deception, the danger I brought to your door. You did not deserve any of it, and I. He put his finger against her lips. Gently, the way he did everything. Stop, he said. You have apologized enough. You apologized in the letter you left under my pillow, which, by the way, I have read so many times I could recite it from memory. You do not owe me another apology. Not now. Not ever. But I. Amanda. He said her name the way he said it the first time, in the kitchen, the night he discovered the truth. Low and quiet and full of something she had not been able to name then. She could name it now. You came to me with nothing. You gave me everything. You gave this house a heartbeat. You gave this ranch a future. You gave me a reason to stop being alone. If you think I am going to stand here and let you apologize for that, you do not know me as well as I thought you did. She laughed. It was shaky and damp with tears, but it was a laugh, and it surprised them both. Ross smiled at her, that full, unguarded smile that changed his whole face, and Amanda felt her heart do something complicated and wonderful, something that felt like the latch on a door finally clicking open after being stuck for years. Pratt was arrested that afternoon. He went quietly, according to Martha Bowen, who watched from her store window as the marshal and his deputies led the judge out of his fine house and into the wagon. Pratt wore his good coat and his polished boots, and his silver hair was combed back, and he held his head high. He did not look at anyone as the wagon pulled away. The town did not know what to make of it. For 20 years, Cornelius Pratt had been the pillar of Harrow Creek, had acted as a sheriff would, and more. He was the man who settled disputes and approved land claims and lent money to struggling ranchers. He had kept the peace. The idea that he was a thief and a fraud was difficult for people to accept, and there were those who refused to believe it even with the evidence staring them in the face. But the evidence was there, and the marshal was thorough, and as the days passed and the details emerged, the town's disbelief gave way to anger, and the anger gave way to a kind of grim acceptance. They had been deceived. All of them. The man they trusted had been stealing from them, from the territory, from the very land they worked and lived on. It was a bitter pill, and Harrow Creek swallowed it the way frontier towns swallowed all their bitter pills, in silence, with set jaws, and with a determination to go on. Bannon and Slade were transported to Helena with Pratt. They would stand trial together. The federal prosecutor told Ross and Amanda that the case was strong, perhaps the strongest land fraud case in territorial history, and that convictions were likely. Thomas Morley's work would be recognized. The land he had tried to save would be returned to its rightful owners. Amanda heard all of this and felt something settle inside her, something that had been unsettled for a very long time. It was not happiness, exactly. It was more like peace. The knowledge that Thomas's death had not been for nothing, that the documents he had hidden and the evidence he had gathered had done what he intended them to do. She stood at the kitchen window one evening and looked out at the mountains, and she thought about Thomas. His kind face. His careful handwriting. The way he whistled while he worked, always the same tune. She thought about him, and she missed him, and she let herself miss him without guilt, because the missing was not a betrayal of Ross. It was part of who she was. You could love a memory and love a living man at the same time. The heart was big enough for both. Ross came in from the barn and stood beside her at the window. He did not ask what she was thinking. He just stood there, close enough that their shoulders touched, and looked out at the same mountains, and the silence between them was the good kind, the kind that does not need to be filled. 3 weeks after the arrest, Amanda began to pack. She did not make a decision to do it. It happened the way things sometimes happen when the mind is working below the surface, processing something the heart has not yet acknowledged. She found herself folding her spare dress and laying it in the carpetbag. She found herself collecting the few things she had accumulated during her time at the ranch: a ribbon Martha had given her, a book Hank had lent her, the tortoiseshell comb. She set them in the bag and looked at them, and she did not know why she was doing this, but she could not seem to stop. Ross found her in the bedroom, sitting on the edge of the bed with the carpetbag open beside her. "What are you doing?" he asked. She looked up at him. She had not heard him come upstairs. He was standing in the doorway, his hat in his hands, and the expression on his face was one she had never seen before. It was fear. Plain, undisguised fear, the kind that a man who is not afraid of fire or bullets or blizzards feels when he sees the woman he loves preparing to leave. "I do not know," she said honestly. I suppose I was thinking that you deserve better than this. Better than a wife who came to you under a false name with someone else's trouble. You deserve a proper beginning. A real courtship, a real proposal, a real wedding. Not this arrangement that I forced on you." Ross came into the room. He took the carpetbag off the bed and set it on the floor. He sat down beside her. "Is that what you think this is?" he said. "An arrangement? It is how it started. Maybe. But that is not what it is now." He took her hand. His fingers laced through hers, rough against smooth, strong against steady. "Amanda. Listen to me. I did not fall in love with Eliza Harper. I did not fall in love with a schoolteacher from Philadelphia. I fell in love with a woman who burned my biscuits and fixed my accounts and freed my horses in a fire and hid evidence in a flour sack. I fell in love with you. The real you. And I do not want a proper beginning, because the beginning we had, messy and terrifying and built on lies as it was, brought me the only thing I have wanted since my mother died." "What is that?" Amanda whispered. "A home. Not a house. I had a house. I had 4 walls and a roof and a kitchen table where I ate alone every night for 2 years. That is not a home. A home is what you made it. You, Amanda. Not any other woman. You." She was crying. She did not try to stop it. The tears ran down her cheeks and dripped off her jaw, and she did not wipe them away, because her hands were holding his and she would not let go. "I love you," she said. "I wrote it in that letter, but I should have said it to your face a long time ago. I love you, Ross. "I know," he said. "I have known for a while. I was just waiting for you to be ready to say it." He kissed her. Not the gentle, cautious kiss from the kitchen, the one that was more question than answer. This kiss was certain. It was a man who knew what he wanted and was done waiting for it. His hands cupped her face, and his mouth was warm against hers, and Amanda closed her eyes and let go of everything she had been holding on to, the fear, the guilt, the grief, the long months of running and hiding and pretending to be someone she was not. She was Amanda Morley. She was Amanda Kilner. She was both, and she was neither, and she was standing in the wreckage of the life she had planned and finding, in the ruins, something she had never planned at all. She was finding home. They were married again on a Saturday in early December, in the church with the white steeple that still needed painting. This time, Amanda used her real name. This time, there were witnesses: Martha Bowen, standing tall and dry-eyed at the front of the church, and Hank Dawes, cleaned up to a degree that no one had thought possible, with his white mustache trimmed and his boots polished to a shine that rivaled the late Judge Pratt's. Reverend Ames performed the ceremony with the same gentle, distracted manner he brought to everything, his spectacles sliding down his nose and his Bible open to a page he never actually read from. But when he spoke the words, his voice was clear and warm, and Amanda heard them this time in a way she had not heard them before. The first time, in the parlor, with the fear clawing at her throat and a stolen name on her lips, the words had been a shield. A means of protection, a legal barrier between her and the men who hunted her. She had spoken them without feeling them. This time, she felt every one. Ross spoke his vows looking directly at her, the way he had done the first time, but the look in his eyes was different now. Then, it had been searching, uncertain, the look of a man trying to see through a stranger's face to whatever lay beneath. Now, it was steady and sure. He had seen what was beneath, the lies and the truth and the fear and the courage and all the complicated, tangled mess of a human heart, and he had chosen it. Chosen her. "I do," Amanda said when her turn came, and the words did not taste like dust this time. They tasted like clean water after a long drought, like bread after hunger, like the first breath of spring after the hardest winter she had ever known. The Reverend pronounced them man and wife. Dottie Ames dabbed at her eyes with a handkerchief. Martha Bowen nodded once, the nod of a woman who had known all along how this would end. And Hank Dawes blew his nose into a bandana and pretended he had a cold. They walked out of the church into the December air, and the town of Harrow Creek was spread out before them, small and ordinary and scarred by what it had been through, but standing. The general store was open. The saloon was quiet. Smoke rose from chimneys, and children chased each other in the street, and the mountains stood where they had always stood, white and patient and enduring. Ross helped Amanda onto the wagon seat. She sat beside him, her hand on his arm, and the winter sun was on her face, and the air was cold and clear, and the road home stretched out ahead of them. "Ready?" he said. "Yes," she said. He clicked his tongue at the horses, and the wagon moved forward, and Amanda Kilner rode home beside her husband, not as a fugitive, not as a stranger, not as a woman wearing someone else's name. She rode home as herself. As the woman who had come to Harrow Creek with nothing but a carpetbag and a satchel full of secrets and had found, against all odds and against all reason, the thing she had stopped believing she would ever find again. A home. A purpose. A love that was not promised or arranged or built on lies, but chosen freely, with eyes open and hearts bare, by two people who had been hurt enough to know what they were risking and brave enough to risk it anyway. The ranch appeared in the valley ahead, solid and waiting, the house and the barn and the corral and the creek running cold and clear along the eastern edge. Smoke rose from the chimney, because Hank had gone ahead to light the fire, and the windows glowed warm in the winter light. Ross pulled the wagon up to the porch steps and set the brake. He came around to her side and held out his hand. Amanda took it. She stepped down from the wagon and stood in the yard of the ranch that was now, truly and finally, hers. She looked at the house. She looked at the mountains. She looked at the man beside her, whose hand was still in hers, whose face was turned toward her with an expression that held no reservation, no caution, no fear. "Welcome home, Mrs. Kilner," he said. Amanda smiled. It was not a careful smile, not a polite one, not the guarded half-smile she had worn for months like armor. It was wide and unguarded and full of everything she felt, and it was the most honest thing she had ever done. "It is good to be home," she said. And it was. The end. Thank you for listening to The Widow's Dangerous Secret by Annie Clayton. You can be assured that all her books are clean and wholesome. To find other clean romances, please visit www.tikahousepublishing.com. Remember to hit like and subscribe, and we will see you in the next Annie Clayton Western romance.